Welcome to EKF Live, Dakota Lithium stop number 1, Great Sacandaga Lake, presented by Black Hall Outfitters. 56 kayak anglers coming from as far south as Pennsylvania and as far north as Canada have converged in the scenic Adirondack Mountains, all vying for their chance at hoisting the coveted Elite Kayak Fishing trophy. So join us for the ultimate showdown on Great Sacandaga Lake. The 2024 season starts now. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to EKF Live. We're here at Great Sacandaga Lake for our first tournament of the season. But in addition to our first tournament of the season, we're here for our first live stream broadcast of the season. My name is Adam Rourke. I'm going to be one of your hosts. Behind the camera is John Ferreira. He's going to be, handling all of our production and all of our fun stuff for this event. But I would be remiss if I didn't introduce my co-host, the one and only Ken Wood.
How you doing, everybody? Hey, Adam.
So we're going to try to be professional here as much as we can, but
we're winging it. We'll make it happen.
We got a little bit of FOMO this morning. We're not fishing the tournament, but got to say it's been pretty exciting watching the scoreboard so far this morning. A lot of cool stuff taking place, but before we get into the leaderboard and all the things that are going on, I'm going to kind of introduce folks to EKF Live, the goal of it, the purpose of it, what we're really trying to do with it. Last year, we spent a lot of time like just kind of reflecting on where we've come from when we started. And we're always looking to push the envelope when it comes to EKF, the EKF experience, and what we can do to better promote not only EKF, but the anglers that compete in it and offer some value to our sponsors and things like that. And the idea for EKF Live was born. I'm not sure about you, Ken. Actually, I am pretty sure, but the off season isn't much of an off season for us anymore.
No, unfortunately not. I not only do I run EKF with you, but I run a local trail that's pretty big, Massachusetts Kayak Bassin. So yeah, we thought we were going to get a break, but we did not. I mean, we've been doing everything from the end of the season last year. I mean, up until this morning. You know, John was, we found an issue this morning with the live ticker, and John had to fix it, right on the fly. So yeah, it's been a lot of work.
Huge shout out to John, because we've started this. I don't know. I think it's a strength of ours, but it's also kind of at our own expense that we have really great, big ideas that require a lot of work, a lot of creativity. And sometimes we commit to them. And I say sometimes, pretty much every time we commit to these ideas with no path forward, right? Like we fall in love with the idea, we commit to the idea, but how it's going to happen is like that's what we start as soon as we commit. But one thing is for sure, as a group, when we come up with an idea, we may not know how we're going to get it, but we're a really determined group. And John, since we've come up with this idea, John has learned and taught himself so much to handle this broadcast and put in so much work to the production quality. So I hope you all appreciate it and it reflects through. But yeah,
it's a ton of work. I mean, John, how many hours did you do yesterday? 16 hours sitting in that chair, putting everything together.
We attempted to help.
Yeah, we did some, but the bulk of the work was done by John. We don't have a big production.
Mm-hmm.
We don't have, the high quality equipment and everything. So to be able to put something together like this on the scale that we have, I mean, I think it's pretty awesome. And it hasn't been done before. Somebody will come along and it'll be done. I mean, that's the direction that it's going, but it's pretty cool to be able to do it first.
It's been good. This week has, I think easily for a tournament week has flown by the fastest. We've been, I think we might have had 15 hours of sleep this week. We've been up late trying to do things. If you heard the intro video, that voiceover was done at 11 o'clock last night. Like what's really great, but also what's time consuming is the content that's in the broadcast today is primarily has been created over the past few days of us going from launch to launch, filming content, trying to squeeze in some fishing for entertainment, but also to scratch that itch for us. So it's been really cool. But the hopes for this is, that we can broadcast these events maintain our dedication to promoting the talent of the Northeast through this broadcast and through the content that we've created. And so it's not just about us. It's about, this isn't, I'm a public speaker sometimes, not necessarily my favorite thing. And for some reason, being in front of a camera makes me really strange. So we're doing this for everybody and ourselves, I guess, but still not our strong suit. So hopefully we'll improve along with the quality of the broadcast over the season. But we're really excited about getting going.
And getting going, that's what the anglers are doing.
Yeah. So let's talk about the lake. Let's talk about
these numbers right here.
Yeah. So let's talk about the lake and how the week's been in terms of weather and all that fun stuff. And then we'll dive into the leaderboard because we need to.
We were concerned that the weather today, it was looking pretty bad originally. The week was looking great, and then Saturday was looking pretty rough. But the weather stabilized. I think the bad weather pushed off till tomorrow. But they are out there and they are crushing it. We were just looking. It is 9 a.m. and we've already had 285 fish submitted. We were talking about it a minute ago. It was 258, and that was 5 minutes ago.
5 minutes ago, and
it's now 285.
When we got up at I'll admit I overslept my alarm a little bit this morning and slept to the modest time of 6 at tournament start. And I think within the first 5 minutes of, by 6:05, we had five or six fish on the board. This has been real quick. Let's talk about the schedule for this year. So it primarily, I'd say in the previous 3 seasons of EKF, we've had a schedule that's full of, relatively well-known bodies of water. And so this year, or last year, I guess, when we were putting our schedule together, one of the things we committed to at the onset of Elite Kayak Fishing is a rotating schedule, right? Like seeing the Northeast and fishing the Northeast water and the diverse fisheries that we have. And we kind of found ourselves in a little bit of a routine in some spots for the first 3 seasons. And so, when did we start planning the schedule? Was it like fall of last year or late summer?
It was fall. It was fall, yeah.
Yeah, but we had decided that let's mix it up. We want to ensure that every angler has a fair shot, and so we don't necessarily have a theme for each season, but it does. There are times where we have lakes that are more well known. They sometimes have logistical challenges for running events, or the amount of driving around for anglers can be tough. But also, the Northeast is really big, and we have a lot of options to fish. So this year, we really kind of, I don't want to say took a chance, but we're trying a different direction with some of the lakes. And the opening of this season, Great Sacandaga, there was the topic of a lot of discussion in the off season around, the lake itself, the quality of fish, what to expect for limits. And, I'm not sure about you, Ken, but I think so far in just the first couple of hours of competition, it's already exceeded expectations by a long shot.
Yeah. I mean, there are a lot of people out there that when it comes to tournament fishing, especially the anglers fishing the tournaments, they want to fish high quality, world-class fisheries. They're going to, they want to catch big bass, but there are those fisheries like this one, apparently, which I've never fished it, but it's got an abundance of smaller fish. It's like the St. Johns River. The elites go to the St. Johns River down there in Florida, and they catch a lot of smaller bass. So we have some of those lakes like that, especially up here in the Northeast. We don't have those kind of southern fisheries that do produce the big fish, on that scale anyway. But yeah, Great Sacandaga Lake, a fishery that is apparently known for having an abundance of smallmouth bass in particular, but not the biggest size. But we're seeing some big ones. Nick Audi, no stranger to anybody who's ever fished EKF or watched what we do. He's on top with a 19.75. We got some 18s. Those are the fish that everybody says you need to win. You need at least one of those. You're not going to win with a bag of 16s or 17s. But we got 3 anglers with smallies over 17 inches, and we have a number of 17s as well. So they're in here. They're just harder to come by. So that's going to be the difference maker. You're going to have a lot of close limits, and then the angler that can put up couple of those big ones is going to come out on top. Right now we got Anthony Campbell, first place, 83 25. He's got an 18, 17, and 16 and 2 15s.
Yeah, you know, Anthony.
And he's got, what do we got? How many hours left? 5 hours left.
5 hours
so
left.
Plenty of time.
You know, Anthony Campbell's an angler from Massachusetts, part of Ken's club, one of the directors of the Northern Division of MAKB. Honestly, I think this lake really fishes to Anthony's strengths, and I don't say that to diminish it, but Anthony, in my experience with Anthony and seeing him fish, deep fishing and smallmouth type fishing seems to be like his strength and something that he's working at. This lake offers plenty of rocks and things that, rock walls, jetties, things that smallmouth absolutely love this time of year. What's curious to me is, the week leading up to this event, we had a lot of that weather that's, kind of hits like a peak warmth around noon or in the afternoon, but come nighttime, it's almost a frost again, right? Like those major fluctuations.
Welcome to the Northeast.
Yeah. And so packing for this trip, number one, has been pretty interesting. I have my fishing winter coat over there on the table. And I also have my trusty Crocs with me, and happy to say the Crocs have been my primary shoe of the week, but the winter jacket has not come out at all. During our time on the water and going from ramp to ramp, I've been pleasantly surprised that it's, we've been primarily in like our midsummer clothing, right? Which is typically not what you see this time of year. Mornings have been a little chilly, but I haven't worn boots this week fishing. I've been,
the water is cold though. I mean,
the water is cold for sure.
Cold.
But the conditions have been, to me, have been surprising. And I think the past few days, that's the thing with the water, right? Is it doesn't happen instantaneously, but a few consistent days of warmth can make a difference, especially with, in my experience, with lakes that have rocks. Those rocks hold heat, and fish can influence where the fish are going and where they'll be.
Yeah, so. I think the fish are going to be shallow. I mean, from what I saw, we were out on the water a couple hours doing some filming yesterday. Again, haven't fished it, but we saw some people catch some fish. They were shallow. The lake seems to be, this is a lake that was flooded a long time ago. I think it said 10 communities were flooded. So if you look on a map, if you look on Google Maps, you could see there are rock walls everywhere. Mm-hmm. And just from what I saw on side scan yesterday, I mean, it is like just the shoreline that I ran when I was filming. I mean, it is rock wall after rock wall, like every 10 feet. So I'm thinking with the timing, the water temps, I think those smallmouth are going to be pushing shallow. Mm-hmm. And those rocks are going to be key points for those fish to sit up on, getting ready to spawn.
Absolutely, it's been really interesting since Wednesday. We arrived here Wednesday morning, went straight to the ramp, had some conversations, did some interviews with anglers. And a lot of them, in a couple of cases, we had folks coming to and from those ramps and just talking with them, asking them how it's been going compared to their strategy heading into pre-fishing has been really fascinating to hear how it's evolved based on what they're seeing. Right. I think people have been surprised with what they expected in terms of how they'd be fishing this place and the strategy they'd be using versus what they've come up with. But I do feel like the sentiment we've been hearing there's been a lot of folks really at it from Wednesday until the deadline yesterday, to see their sort of their feelings on things just kind of change and kind of be like, okay, I'm into fish, knowing that this lake has a lot of those fish between 15 to 17 inches, knowing it's going to take those fish that can just creek outside of that range could go a long way. We could feel, I got the sense that the confidence level was growing as time on the water increased.
Yeah, I mean, these guys are going to have some fun, whether they win or not. They're going to have some fun. We're up to 298 fish right now, and that's
what we're at. This place, I think, surprisingly, or maybe not now, but has a shot at the record for amount of fish caught in our events, which previously was 518 last year on Cayuga Lake. 518 catches an event that was with 109 anglers. Correct. So today we have a field of 56 and we're already about to break the 300 fish caught mark. And it's just north of 915. I'd say that's pretty good. I'll be really curious to see if there's any sort of slowdown around noon or, the sort of typical mid-morning slowdown of the bite. I don't know, but the way this is going, there may not be any slowing of it. So we'll see.
Yeah, they are catching fish, that is for sure. Anthony Campbell still on top. Ray Morales just moved into second place, 82.50.
John, are we able to pull up the leaderboard for folks to see? So, okay. So do we have a live look at the leaderboard, John?
No live look at the leaderboard. Technical difficulties.
So if you would like to see the leaderboard, our Fishing Chaos page is up to date. One of the cool things about Fishing Chaos, the website, Ken and I have it pulled up here, of course, but if you're able to get on the page for the tournament, it is live. It updates itself live, which is really cool. Don't blink because things are moving really quickly. It was actually really fascinating this morning to kind of try to track the top 5, and it was just like, people shuffling up and down the leaderboard.
We just hit 300 inches or 300 fish.
300 fish. Yep. Excellent.
That's wild.
What's really kind of speaks to what we just mentioned earlier is that the fish outside of that 15 to 17 inch range, we're already seeing the fresh baits big bass leaderboard. The top 5 crack the 17 mark, 17 and a quarter. Nick Audi's 19 and 3/4 is still the biggest bass. I'm not sure what you can. I think that's going to be really tough to beat. That may be lunker early.
Yeah, I mean, and Nick knows how to catch those big fish. I mean, especially on a smallmouth fishery.
Yep.
I don't know if he's fishing shallow or deep. I would guess he's probably shallow. I didn't see many people deep when I was out on the water. I mean, I didn't see everybody, but it seems like it. From what I saw, it seems like there's a lot of kind of barren areas out toward the middle, out deep. I'm sure there's some areas with some rock piles and stuff, but I think the most productive stuff, like I said earlier, is going to be the shallow water stuff. But yeah, 1975, from what we know, from what we've heard, that's going to be tough to beat.
Yeah.
But I'm certain that there are some big ones in here. Some people have told us that the largemouth are an overlooked species in this lake, because of the smallmouth. But it's very possible that somebody finds an area like that. And this time of year, if you can find an area with largemouth, especially good ones, this is a very good time to catch them.
Absolutely. So one of the hot topics for us last season that has been really fascinating, at least for me personally, to watch it sort of evolve, has been the topic of forward-facing sonar. So forward-facing sonar, of course, has been, for folks that follow the Bassmaster Elite series and just the professional level of traditional bass boat events, forward-facing sonar has been a hot topic, whether it should be allowed, whether it shouldn't be. For me, the interesting piece is how lakes tend to favor forward-facing sonar, the advantage it gives or doesn't. But coming into this season, what's been really cool to see, and what will be interesting to see how it plays out throughout 2024, is the amount of anglers who reluctantly have adopted the technology, and I think really came into this event expecting to really put it on display. Ken, how do you think that plays, knowing that the bite we have seen tends to be shallow on the rocks? Does that neutralize the impact of forward-facing sonar, or I suppose, does the high rate of adoption of this technology sort of minimize the advantage in general?
I mean, I don't think it minimizes it. I mean, it is a lot of people have it. Some people don't know how to use it very well. A lot of people don't know how to use it very well, but then there are some people that really know how to use it.
I'm one of the people that don't.
Yeah. So a lot of people, like you said, they've been reluctant to get it, but they have. You need it to compete. But there are those people that are going to put the time in and they're going to get to know it. Like I know it, I use it, you know what I mean? But I am still generally a shallow water fisherman. That's what I like to fish. That's what I'm going to try to fish. I do have the forward-facing sonar on all the time for the most part. I mean, I like it on, even shallow. I like seeing what's ahead of me. But it doesn't benefit me like it would a Nick Audi.
Sure.
I mean, if you put us both out deep water with forward-facing sonar, I mean, he's probably going to beat me. You know what I mean? So
sure.
It depends. I mean, with the fish shallow, people have a very good chance of doing well just because the fish is shallow. But if somebody can find those fish shallow, but then also maybe transition to a little bit deeper using that forward-facing sonar, they can be tough to beat.
Sure. It was interesting for me. So when we had the opportunity to fish this week, I guess fortunately or unfortunately, my schedule being what it has been, this week has been the first time I've been able to get out this season. In addition to that fun, it was also the first time I had been out in my new kayak. And so the shakedown run is always full of excitement, hopefully less excitement. In this case, I was very lucky. Everything worked. But what was challenging for me is I was faced for the first time with the challenge of, hey, this forward facing sonar is really cool. And how long do I fiddle with it before it's like, this isn't the bag for today, right? This isn't what I need to be competitive or to catch fish, right? And depending on the time of year, that may have a huge impact. The bite being shallow or deep, but really for me, it was like I just found myself staring at my screen to the point I'm almost bumping into somebody's dock, right? And I think that is like one of the traits of learning forward facing sonar that we don't speak about, right? The focus is always on like, you just found fish that nobody else can find. These are fish that typically are hidden throughout certain times of the year. Now they're being exposed. For me, it's like, I'm just fixated on this thing and I don't even have a line in the water. So I'm just like, I think a couple of times I thought I saw a fish, and I'm just kind of watching it, waiting for something to happen. I don't even have a line in the water.
Yeah. Well, the thing is too, is that a lot of people, you get lulled into fishing for those things that you're seeing on the screen. Reality is that they're not bass. You know what I mean?
That's
like I have, and not only that, I have been on schools of fish that I know aren't bass. Like as you use it, and the more and more you get used to it, you can tell. Now you can't always tell what is a bass. I mean, big fish are big fish, but like, a crappie, for instance, has a different look than a bass.
Right.
When you're looking at it on forward facing sonar, it has more of like a candle flame type of shape on the screen. But you roll up on a school of crappie, and I don't know about you, that 12-year-old in me comes out, and I just start catching them. And before you know it, you just they're having fun. So it's a steep learning curve. So a lot of people could spend a lot of time, especially the people that have just gotten it, or recently gotten it, last year, whatever. And if they haven't messed with it a lot, and you get on a lake like this that has a lot of fish, you could spend a lot of time fishing for panfish,
sure,
or catfish. Catfish are you go down south, catfish they're everywhere.
Yeah, that's really interesting perspective on it though, because I feel like the hype, the conversation is always about the advantage, right? And for me, I'm a late adopter of it, I would say at this point. I was reluctant to get it in general. It wasn't, quite frankly, it wasn't until the championship event last year on Lake George, and the amazing performance put on by John, chasing smallmouth around and adjusting. And John, who won the championship last year, congratulations, John. I was hearing so many people talk about chasing schools, and they're very resistant to the forward facing sonar, not so much because I thought it was an unfair advantage, but more because, there's a level of simplicity I like to maintain in fishing. But also my thought about it was that we've been at this kayak fishing game and the competitive game for a long time. I know Ken has been in it longer than me, but for me, it's been over 10 years. I was thinking, if I take this on, do I lose the sort of vision that I've, the insight and sort of instincts that I've, learned over doing this for so long? Things like noticing shoreline, like just little things that we notice, like in drop offs, you can see them, you see the discoloration in the shore, in the water, right? So it's like, okay, there's sand and then it's dropping off. That looks good. Those types of things are like my favorite, types of geography to fish. But with this forward facing sonar, my thought was, do I lose it? What I didn't expect was the sort of mental tug of war that's in addition to it, right? Like second guessing strategy, which is a classic tournament challenge, right? Do I move? Do I stay here? Am I on the right fish? Do I leave fish to find fish? All of these, how many sayings do we have out there because of that one time it cost us? And then that one time plagues you every subsequent time, even if it has nothing to do with it, if it's unrelated, all of those things, right? That's what goes through the mind of an angler. And to me, the one thing I realized this week is that forward facing sonar presents like another major significant, mental hurdle to get yourself through.
Yeah. And it's a big one. I mean, it's I've talked about it before. John and I have had arguments about it on the Breakdown podcast many times.
RIP.
But for me, when I look at all the technology that has come before forward-facing sonar, I think that this is just a very different thing.
Yeah,
it's huge, and so it definitely changes the dynamic of fishing. What's he saying?
Let's get off the forward-facing sonar.
Yeah. Well, I get it. I know.
Yeah, we're not going to do that. We're not going to do that.
Yeah, but it's really not going to come to play as much as in this event as much as it will in some other events that we have this year.
I'll close my thoughts with this. When it comes to forward-facing sonar, this will be the last. I think the conversation has been too simple about it, and not that I want to expand the conversation, but people talk about it as if like once you have it, you're a champion, right? But the reality is, it's kind of like AI right now. Like, oh, it's scary. It's doing all these things for us. And then you use it and you're like, this is a lot of work to get it to do this, right? To get it to create things. It's more than just plug and play. I'll leave it at that. And as somebody who's not the most tech savvy when it comes to fish finders and things, I keep it pretty simple. So,
John's very sensitive about it.
Listen, I'm not judging anybody. I'm looking forward to learning it, dialing in my mount and all that fun shakedown stuff that I'm still in the process of doing.
Well, let's talk about this event.
Let's do it.
We're up to 312 submissions. I watched Ben Bornhorst jump in the first place.
I saw that too.
84.75, and he was there for about 2 seconds before Anthony Campbell upgraded, and now he's at 85 inches.
Yeah, it's a fast-moving leaderboard for sure. I think I may be mistaken. I thought I saw a fish added to the big bass leaderboard as well, but that looks like it's and I'm sure they are being added. But
yeah, Ben Bornhorst jumped into there, but nothing over 18 besides the three that we talked about earlier.
Yeah,
and again, those are going to be tough to come by. If Anthony can get, he's sitting pretty right now. He's sitting really well. I mean, same with Ben,
fourth place,
Ray Morales, Antoine, and man, if you had heard,
we will not do it.
Christian Gervais from Canada pronounce Antoine. I'm going to say Desrochers Gagnon.
Desrochers.
The way he pronounced it, he said it so fast. I mean, I could barely even tell what he was saying. But
yes,
so Antoine jumped up into fourth place again, 82.50. It's good to see our friends up there in Canada coming down. We've got four of them, I believe, for this event at least. So it's pretty awesome. It's one of the good things about EKF. You know, we started EKF as a trail to or to give the anglers in the Northeast a bigger trail to fish because a lot of the national events didn't come up here. Mm-hmm. You know, our KBF did for a bit with the regional series, and they got rid of it. That lasted 2 years. Hobie has come up a couple times. Bass has come up to. Have they been here yet to the Northeast besides the Susquehanna?
Cayuga?
Did they go to Cayuga Bassmaster? I don't believe so.
I'm not sure.
Either way, you know, they've been close, but they haven't quite come up here. So that's why we started EKF. So it's really good. You know, if we have some people up in Canada that are taking a little trip down, 6 hours, however far they are. I believe Christian said he was 6 hours away. Mm-hmm. But it's really nice to give those anglers an opportunity to come and fish a bigger trail as well.
Absolutely.
The bigger, you know, the national trails have definitely not gone up there. KBF does their monthlies, but that's not quite the same.
But that's the beauty of this region, right? Is we have so many good bodies of water. The quality of fishing here is well known, at least here in the Northeast. But I think the piece that's missed, I think, a lot by those, I think the kayak fishing scene in general, we all know, I mean, most of us in the Northeast know this, is just the concentration of talented and competitive kayak anglers in the country. There's so many people up here in the Northeast that fish. And this time of year, of course, we're raring to go because we're just everything's thawing out. We're thawing out. We're getting out of our winter funk, which is always fantastic. But the quality of fishing here is insane. As much as our winters stink, I think they help. They stink for anglers. They do help our fish population in terms of preserving them. They don't get hammered year round. Of course there's ice fishing, but I don't think that nearly has the impact that our freshwater fishing does. But
stunts the growth, but it definitely helps. Sure. It gives them a little bit of a reprieve. Mm-hmm. On some lakes anyway. Sure. Those lakes that are very popular with ice fishing, those fish get no break whatsoever.
Mm-hmm. For sure. And people will see our leaderboard today, and they'll see the the big bass, and of course the 19 3/4 is a big fish. Any tournament, that's a fish I think any of us would like to have in our limit. I think the piece that it can be easy to overlook when you see the number so often is just how fun and how hard a 17-inch smallmouth fights.
Oh yeah,
I mean these fish, especially New York, even the largemouth in New York. For me, I always think of them as they have the shoulders. They're not the best kayak fish, right? The largemouth, a lot of them are like they're fat and stubby. That in kayak fishing, we length is what we go by. So while we're pumped to get that 8-pounder, if that 8-pounder is only 19 inches, it's like it's kind of a bummer. I mean, obviously that's an exaggeration, but it's a cool dynamic. These 17-inch smallmouth that these guys are on, and that seem to be pretty standard in the top 5. Make no mistake, by the end of the day of catching these 17-inch fish, these guys' arms are going to feel like they're going to fall off. These fish can fight.
Yeah, they're going to have a blast. Chris Nielsen just jumped up into third place, 84.5 inches. He's got himself a sack of 17s and 16s. I say sack. We don't do weigh-ins here.
We can say sack if you
the
want.
The terminology has been around for so long.
So Ken, what do you think it's going to take to win today? We've heard a lot of I think low predictions personally, but
based on the caliber of anglers, like as you were saying, I think and this is my opinion, of course, but I think the Northeast has some of the best anglers in the country, and in a lot of regards, I think they are more well-rounded than say some of their southern counterparts.
Mm-hmm.
Put them on a southern lake, the playing field's kind of level. But we travel around the country. We have to fish those southern lakes, and they're very different, and we have to adapt. You don't see a lot of the southern guys coming up north.
Correct.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So I think we're very well-rounded anglers. We have to fish that cold water. You know what I mean? The water gets cold early spring. It's in the 50s right now,
mm-hmm.
here. So you don't get that a lot down south. But anyway, so again, the caliber of anglers that are fishing with us, based on what other people have said, they were saying, we asked some people, we asked a lot of people what their predictions were, and it was all in the 80s. I think Daryl Martin, he's the only person that I heard say 90.
He said 90 even?
I think he said 90.25, something like that. That was my prediction. I think that somebody's going to hit 90 inches or very, very close to it. I think it's going to be 89 plus to win. Right here. And Anthony's at 85 inches, and his smallest fish is a 15.5, and he's got a 16 in there. So, I mean, he gets an 18, that's a 2.5-inch upgrade. Now he's at 87.50.
See, that's the thing. The numbers, you can see where they can do it, right?
I think the fish that are being caught right now at the pace is going to slow down because these guys are going to start catching, it's 22 fish submitted right now. How long ago was it? 10 minutes ago? It's at 300. But they're going to be catching a lot of fish that are sub whatever their smallest fish is. It's not going to cull anything out.
The other piece too is there 322 fish. Once an angler gets a limit, not everybody submits their culls. There's realistically more fish being caught.
Oh, absolutely.
That just to me is just the crazy. Not to mention species other than bass, right? We have Saganaga is known for world-class pike. Have we heard of any other fish really being caught other than pike?
There's walleye. There's great walleye fishery. And I don't know what I was saying.
The prediction.
Yeah, I know. I was getting somewhere, but I've lost that train of thought.
Well, that's gonna
get used to it. Get used to it.
That's something you might want to. Yeah, you play. Keep track. Maybe everybody can bet on how many times we do that. Hey, but that was pretty good. 9:35. That was our first one. Not bad. Not bad.
No. I think it's going to be. I would not be surprised if somebody hit 90 inches. Nick Audi's got a 19.75. I mean, that's going to tell him something.
It is.
Where did he catch it? How did he catch it? And he's gonna be on the hunt. He's not in the top, not even in the top 20.
Not yet,
which is surprising.
Yeah. But we've seen Nick have I would say a less than typical Nick Audi start, and in the afternoon find some last minute heroics, right?
Nick knows how to fish. Nick is our. Let's give some numbers here. Let's see. Nick Audi, he has won 4 of our tournaments.
Mm-hmm.
4 top finishes. He's in the top 10 8 times. How much has he made? You know how much he's made in EKF?
I know it's a lot.
I mean, you do know because
I do know, but I'm trying to build suspense. Yes, I am very well aware of how much.
He's over $20,000 in EKF. so far.
Yeah.
So Nick knows how to catch fish. So anybody who's looking at the leaderboard right now and sees him putting up a 19, he's in 42nd place right now, 36 inches, 2 fish.
Yeah, but I think anybody right now who's in the top 5, I think Anthony and Ben Bornhurst have a really good back and forth, but the top 5 right now are moving a lot. But I don't think for a second that anybody in the top 5 is forgetting that Nick Audi is in this tournament, Jake Anderson is in this tournament. The guys that have shown and proven their ability to catch fish in any body of water, but also what's arguably more important or just as important, that ability to adjust with the conditions and based on what you're seeing as the day progresses. Because pre-fishing, you can learn a lot about a lake. But tournament day, I mean, everyone knows that things are different on tournament day, whether it be the way we behave out of being anxious, out of nerves, but also, the conditions of the lake, the weather. Sometimes pre-fishing, it's nice weather, and then come tournament day, it's pouring rain, the conditions change. I think the other factor that's not going to be a big deal in this event, but does factor into tournament day sort of, things that come up that we haven't prepared for. I think things like boat traffic, things like, we found that spot in pre-fishing that we know the fish are hammering on. And then how many times has this happened to all of us? The classic situation tournament day, there's a jet skier doing figure 8s right above where we're going to spend the entire day fishing, right? Like a drop off, something to that effect. The classic, variables that we can't prepare for.
Yeah. I mean, the fish this time of year, the fish move. I mean, they're on the move. You could a couple of years ago, the Lake Erie event where Dave Lefebvre fished, remember? Who was it? Chris Santoro? Chris Santoro, I think, was in first place. He was in first place day 1. Day 2, he went out, fish gone, completely gone. Yeah. He had schools of smallies in 30 feet of water. What he didn't adjust to is that they moved shallow. They were in 15 feet of water the next day. So that could happen as well. You know what I mean? You get these guys out here, they're hammering and pre-fishing. They got a pattern going on. Yesterday, apparently the water temp rose 2 degrees, from the day before. So that 2 degrees, and especially it wasn't too cold last night. You know what I mean? Those fish that if they were in 10 feet of water, they could be in 5 feet of water now. And if that angler who had them, maybe he doesn't adjust. Maybe he goes deeper looking for them instead of shallower. Anything can happen. And I mean, it's not even 10 o'clock yet. So this is going to change. This leaderboard is going to change. Like I said, the pace at which the fish are coming in are going to slow just because people are catching fish that aren't culling anything out. But somebody's going to come from behind. I mean, Nick, 2 fish. When has he done not caught a limit in one of our events? You know what I mean? It might have happened. I'm not sure, but he's. And it's not just him. I mean, all these guys. There's a lot of new people fishing with us. We don't know, what type of anglers they are. But again, 329 fish on the board. So it's anybody's game right now.
That's a really good point. Yeah, really good point. And speaking of new anglers, Ken, the one of the things that I've been really happy to see, obviously from an EKF staff standpoint, but also just as like a feeling like we're doing the right thing with EKF is just the amount of new anglers and competitors we've seen in our EKF Facebook group, asking questions, reaching out to us. How do I get involved? How do I compete in this event? We are very, the goal here is to be accessible with for EKF. We're trying to just give folks the opportunity to travel without having to, take a week off from work every time. But one of the things that I'm really proud to say that we've been able to maintain is our commitment to being angler focused. This week has been really great in terms of the content we've been able to get. But I think the other piece of it that sets EKF apart, and you alluded to it with some of the stats with Nick Audi, is our payouts. We started EKF back, what year was it? I don't know. But with our first season and even through now, EKF pays out 95% of the entry fees we take in. Right. And one of the things that for me, not that I've had a lot of frustrations with the prize money I've won, because I haven't won all that much prize money. And even still, I don't know that we can ever, hopefully someday we can give enough money away that covers, that's more than we've put into the events, right? In terms of, just traveling all these times. But the one thing that we've been so proud to do, and we've thankfully been able to maintain, is just our commitment to supporting the anglers and making elite kayak fishing a trail that's worthy of taking a shot at, right? And trying your luck at competing.
Yeah, we've put the time in. We've created a great trail. It's very angler friendly. We run the way that we want to run EKF is we have a vision of what a professional kayak trail should be. There's a lot of great trails out there. They do a great job. There's a kind of it's been around for a long time. The foundation is there. And we think there's some cracks in those foundations, and that's and that's fine. You know what I mean?
Sure.
It's any trails, other trails can run theirs however they want. But for us, we wanted to create a very professional trail. We changed some things around. We implemented some rules and things like that maybe aren't the most popular because, again, it goes against the grain a little bit. But we want to create a professional trail, and we think we've done that. You know what I mean? And the reaction of the anglers and all that stuff, I think proves that we have.
Absolutely. One of the things that I feel like I keep saying things that we're proud of. I'm proud of a lot that we've done, and so I'll keep saying that. But we have the EKF has become a very much like community oriented trail. And what I mean by that is the camaraderie amongst anglers is really, really great. I mean, oftentimes when we travel throughout the past few seasons, when we've competed, we've traveled and rent these houses with a great group of guys, some folks that we've, some of us know, some of us don't, people we get to meet. But really what makes me, I think, most proud is when we see the cast of characters that have been with us from the beginning. I think of like people like the Richardsons, who are an amazing couple that travel together, they compete together, and while they're super competitive, they're also here for the experience, for the fun, for those for the people as well. And that dynamic in EKF, I think, is what sets us apart. I think we found the right balance between competitiveness and friendliness, where a lot of, I think a lot of trails, not that they've done this intentionally, but, they have, they get to a certain size or I don't know, prestige or whatever, that it's almost intimidating to go into it as a beginner, right? To show that you're green, to show up with the tuna fishing rod in the back of your kayak, the classic Joe Tadeo story. This is a great group that was willing to help each other out. If you ever need something, if you're stranded on the water, in the case for me last year, the transmission went in my van and Gerard drove over an hour to come save me from the Amish people, who were very nice. I say save, but I needed to get to a U-Haul, and a horse and buggy probably wasn't going to do it as fast as Gerard's truck. So Gerard drove an hour out of his way to come get me. And that's the type of stuff that, honestly is the most meaningful. That's what makes the long off season, the long hours during the season, that's what makes it worth it, is knowing that EKF has established this community of people. And honestly, it's really darn cool to go to these places that are in the middle of nowhere. Seems like we only travel in dairy country, which is fine. And Stewart's is excellent, by the way. I missed it. Stewart's was at home, but but it's when we drive around these small towns and communities that have like such a rustic feel, and that's been a lot of this week. And then you're seeing like, cars with kayak trailers in parking lots. That's a really cool thing. It's something that I never really even considered, but that sort of realization, like, oh yeah, you're here for EKF. Like that's really cool. And for me, it's just been an amazing experience, and I'm proud that it's done the same for our anglers as well.
I agree. Can we go back to the Amish thing?
Well, let's go back to Amish.
I mean, have you looked at yourself in the mirror? I think they thought you were one of them.
No,
I think they did.
I was using technology. But no, they definitely, not because of my appearance. I want to be clear, but it was, it's funny. No, it's funny that, it's funny to know that, like, I don't know, when we got to the mechanic shop to the guy who helped me, Beller's Auto, thank you. They were extremely nice. But when I said, hey, is there Uber around here? And I was asked, what's Uber? Like, that's not not the most reassuring feeling. But anyway, I'm sure we'll talk about that stuff more as we go.
Yeah.
But yeah.
So what do we got next? We got we did some interviews with the anglers. We went around with some ramps. We got some angler interviews.
Yeah.
So we're gonna run those real quick, and then we'll be back.
And we'll go to a commercial break after that. But yeah, we'll be back with you in a little bit. Stay tuned. We have some great.
Forged from the harshest environments, Dakota lithium batteries are built to endure. Engineered with lithium iron phosphate, they give you twice the runtime, at half the weight, last 5 times longer, and provide exceptional lifetime value. Let's go! Backed by an 11-year warranty, they keep you on the water from sunup to sundown. Go further. Last longer. Play harder.
We are Yak Attack, a leader in watercraft accessories and mounting systems made in small town America with a built for life guarantee. From rod holders to fish finder mounts to cleats, tie downs, and more, Yak Attack products attach quickly and easily to your boat or kayak, including virtually all built-in track systems. For more information or to find a dealer near you, visit us at yakattack.com.
Anthony Campbell, and I'm from Haverhill, Massachusetts.
Chris Gomes, I'm from Seekonk, Massachusetts. Hi, I'm Trish Angelini Luciano, and I'm from Coxsackie, New York.
Gerard Elias from Harwich, Cape Cod.
I am Sean Place. I'm from Manasquan, New Jersey.
Hi, my name is Remy Kerouac. I'm from Montreal, Canada, and I'm here to fish the EKF. Our tournaments are starting only in June in Canada, up in Canada, so I'm taking advantage of a open tournament here and came down with some friends and staying in the neighborhood, and we're going to have a great time.
My name's Steve Smith. I'm from Southern New Hampshire, originally from Massachusetts.
I'm Ray Morales. I'm from Massachusetts.
Christian Gervais. I'm from Canada, Quebec, Canada.
Hi, my name's Jay Savely. I'm from Rhode Island.
My name is Daryl Martin, and I'm living in Massachusetts and Worcester, and I'm from Texas.
I fish UKF because it gives me a chance to travel a bit. The national tournaments are a bit too much for me, but I like staying in New England and seeing everything we have to offer here.
I love fishing EKF. I love that it's up in this northeast region and the competition is top notch. And the guys who run it are okay too, I guess.
I like the competition. Great competition. Some of the best anglers in the States are right here in New England.
I fish EKF because it's extremely competitive. I feel like I'm fishing against the best people around my area, and it's a way to get better at fishing.
Well, I enjoy getting out to see the larger bodies of water, even though we have a couple of them on the Cape, but nothing like Great Sacandaga or Winnipesaukee, Lake George, Champlain. Just enjoyable to get out. I fish them, believe it or not, mostly for the scenery and the experience. It's nice to catch fish along the way, but I just enjoy being out there in these beautiful bodies of water, and then of course the camaraderie with all the other anglers in the group.
I joined EKF. It's our only big circuit we have up here. There's a lot of sticks that's fishing this. It's the one to jump into.
I fish Elite Kayak Fishing now because what I heard is a big tournament. I like to travel around New England and discover new lakes to fish and learn more about fishing, kayak fishing.
So I got an invitation from Antoine de Rocher-Gagnon, who fished your series last year. It was a great opportunity to do my first tournament in the USA.
Probably going to take 88 the most. Anything mid 80s will be in contention, I feel like.
For inches? Yeah. 95.
I think the safest prediction I can give you is the wind is not going to hit 90 inches.
I'm going to say 89 inches.
I think I'm going to take the wind probably about 90 inches. Probably because I've been catching a lot of similar sizes, but there's nobody going to get a big one. So, yeah, I'm saying about 90 inches will be a comfortable lead and all that.
I believe we'll be somewhere around, I'm going to say 88 to 89 inches.
I've probably been fishing kayak tournaments probably, I want to say around 2017, 18 with a club called South Jersey Kayak Bass Fishing down in South Jersey. Then I moved up to Mid and North Jersey, so I'm part of all three clubs in the state, which is fun because I get to fish new places and every lake's different.
Competitively, this is my second year. I did some local stuff just for fun, but 2 years, a year and a half now.
I think I fished one tournament at the end of the MACB 2016 year, and then started fishing in earnest the following year. So basically since 2017.
I've been fishing kayak tournaments for 5 years now.
I've been kayak fishing since probably like 2010, 2009, 2010. Fished my first tournament in 2018, KBF.
I've been fishing kayak tournaments since 2018.
Excellent. And
Game plan for pre-fishing basically is to just cover as much water as I can, fish at least one ramp per day, try to fish, sun up to sundown, although you're kind of holding me up now. It's okay though, I'll forgive you. But yeah, just cover as much water as I can. It's early May, should be, I'm imagining that there's a possibility the lake is going to be on fire, but if not, just try to cover as much water as I can, rule out all the unproductive areas.
Just find the fish. I know this place, it's tough to find size, so I'm looking for the big ones, chasing bait, whatever.
My overall approach is right now, like I don't even have my bump board. I'm just going to try and find fish and catch them. Even if it's toothy, I know there's giant pike. That's why I brought giant swim baits, because right now I'm on a toothy critter kick.
Well, I'm going to go out. I think I found a spot to start on, and I'm going to see if I can at least get my limit. And then I'm going to start to expand it from there and then start hunting for some bigger ones. So.
Well, today I'm going to be just drafting for the most part. I've got a couple of finesse rods on. Usually I carry a full complement of 10 rods, which I probably will do during tournament day. But today I've just got some finesse rods, and I'm going to poke around down the southern end of the lake here and see what it looks like.
My approach so far here has been a wish and a prayer. I haven't had much luck on anything yet. Hoping today we find something.
My game plan is to go shallow water and a little bit off the ledge. I've been fishing elusives and stuff like jerk bait, bitter bait, maybe some Ned, football jig. I don't know, but I haven't fished anything off football jig. But it seemed like all the fishing going shadow, getting ready for spawning.
Well, my game plan is, yesterday I didn't catch a fish. So my game plan is to first catch one fish. And then, my expectations are, well, I'm competitive. So yeah, I want to win. But reality is it's a tough lake. So we'll see. Gotta have fun.
Hey, welcome back, everybody. Ken, what do you think? You want to introduce this?
Hey, I can. So we had an idea last year that we were going to do something called Beyond the Water. It was going to be a behind the scenes, kind of like a docu-series, you know what I mean? A loose docu-series about what takes place behind the scenes and how to run a trail. And we had some really great footage because we started to film at our Champlain event that had all kinds of things going wrong. We didn't have a permit. We didn't think we needed a permit, by the way. I should add that. We didn't have a permit the day before the event.
We did get one.
We did get one. Yes, we did. But, just a lot of things. We had bad weather. And so we had some great footage. We had a good idea to showcase that sort of thing, to show everybody, just kind of what happens, what happens behind the scenes, how to run the tournament, the camaraderie between what you talked about earlier, between all the anglers and everything. Because, we typically have a lot of people staying with us and everything. That didn't happen. We didn't get it off the ground. We didn't film enough for the rest of the season, but we brought it back. We had some time to work on it. And so we filmed some stuff this week. And that's just it's again a little glimpse behind the scene. We also, because we're not fishing this season, we're going to do a staff tournament at each event. We're going to fish a local lake that's not the one we're fishing for the tournament, but something else close by. Just me, sure. John, and Adam. And I don't know about these guys, but it's a tournament. I'm competitive, so. It's only three of us. We're not fishing for money. We're fishing for glory. And I take it. I'm taking it serious. I'm coming for the win every time. So we won't name the lake that we fish necessarily. We don't want to blow anybody's spot up, or because we're going to fish smaller lakes. Sure. But yeah, we did fish one north of the lake, about an hour away from where we are now. We're on the southern end of the lake. But it was a good time. We fished for 5 hours. No pre-fishing. We just go in blind and see what happens. And so we're going to include some of that in the footage as well. We got it broken up into parts. We're going to play it out throughout the live broadcast today. But
3 parts.
Yeah. So you get anything else to add, or?
Yeah, I think the cool part about this, the thing I'm excited. I think I definitely agree with your tournament, the staff tournament sentiment that, you know, obviously we can't travel all this way and do all this without fishing at some point.
Yeah.
It is a little, you know, it's been tough because this week we're staying on Saganaga. Like we can literally fish out of our backyard here at the rental. But for the sake of, you know, non-impacting the event and the competition anyway, we don't fish the bodies of water. So we got out on the water yesterday to film content, which was absolute torture because, you know, I think I found like in just like a really, I don't know, maybe covered a mile of shoreline, saw just about every type of fishing you could do, you know, and marking stuff on my graph that I don't have any fishing rods to fish for. So like that was, that's been tough, but you know, of course we did find a way to fish and it was really, it's really almost like, I was more tense and sort of anxious about the tournament because there was only 3 of us. Like I don't know. I guess it's okay to kind of, if you have a bad tournament, get lost in a field of 50, but when you can't really hide in the field of 3 of us.
Hey, top 10 finish every time.
Every top 5.
Top 5.
Top 3. Hey, podium.
Top 3
Podium
every time, guys. Small victories.
It's all perspective on these things, you know.
No, it was a good time. It was a good time.
It was really fun. And, you know, we got to, we kind of, what's been funny about running tournaments that I don't think, it's one of those things that we can share with people, but I don't think they, you know, just they don't quite understand, right? Because you had to be there type of thing. Stuff like you mentioned with Champlain, where we got there and they were like, where are you going? You know, and we're like, oh, we're here for the rental that, you know, we've rented this room in this hotel. We're here for it. And they're like, oh, we didn't think you were going to be here today. And it's like, well, you know, of course, Champlain driving around forever.
Yeah, lots of things go wrong, especially and that was part of the problem with running the events and fishing the events.
Yeah.
A lot of stress involved. So this year, the dynamic of Beyond the Water and what it's going to be will be a little different because we aren't fishing the events like we did last year, you know, because like he was talking about last year, we had rented a place for the awards and they made some promises to us that they didn't fulfill. So when we went there on Friday to set up, we couldn't do it. Somebody else had it rented. You know, they were trying to put us in you know, you can set everything up and put it in this closet, and you know, the closet was too small. It was a big mess. So that'll change a little bit, but just in general, you know, the Beyond the Water segment will John is, if you could see what
this is exactly what we're talking about. John is on the counter.
Yeah, he is on the counter. He was running around down
making
here,
some camera
doing
adjustments.
something, making some adjustments.
And he's okay. He made it safely.
But you'll have to take our word for it. We didn't film it. But anyway, so yeah, this is Beyond the Water.
Mm-hmm. Hope you enjoy it.
Yeah, it should be fun. I haven't seen it.
Share this shit. I'm glad we didn't do that. I'm glad we didn't do that.
Hey, hot daddy. Oh, he's gonna bend over.
#1 place for hot mail studs online.
Ken, how do you prevent your GoPro from overheating?
Well, typically I just when it overheats, I wet the towel, wrap it around it like that. Works a lot better when the towel's wet. It doesn't slide off. But yeah, just make sure it's not in the way of the lens. And
what does it look like?
It's like ET on a bike.
Starting? Hello.
Oh.
Hello.
How do you want to start this?
Sorry, right?
All right.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the first edition. No. Welcome, everybody, to the first EKF staff tournament. The way we're coping with not fishing the tournaments this year.
I don't know what to do with my hands.
we're new to this video stuff, and we're new to not fishing tournaments, so we're gonna see how this goes. What are the rules, guys?
I don't know what the rules are. What do we do? 5 fish limit.
5 fish
We're
limit.
gonna do a 5 fish limit.
5 fish limit. We're on the lake. We won't name the lake. It's nearby, about an hour away. I guess that's not really nearby.
Yeah.
Just checking to see if there's a sign behind us.
Anyway, anybody who knows the lake will not recognize the background.
Yeah. 5 fish limit.
5 fish limit.
May the best angler win.
1v1v1.
What's
that a thing?
Well, how long are we going till? So it's almost 9 o'clock.
I don't know, 8:30.
Now what?
Get that night fight. Yeah. So this is we got to start over. It's terrible.
No, this is good. Keep
great.
rolling. Keep rolling. This is how beyond.
I say we go. I say 9 o'clock. We go until 2.
What?
We got a lot of crap to do.
We have stuff to do. We have to. I think the tough part. We got to be responsible. And enjoy ourselves.
I got up at 5 a.m. and it's 9.
Yeah,
I'm a little annoyed by that.
We're slow. We're getting older.
We got to get on the water. There's too many bugs.
There's a lot of bugs.
And we're all gonna slam some Stewart's Impact Energy for Scott Rhodes. Rest in power.
Awesome.
Rock and roll. All right, see you on the water.
All right.
Throwing a jig on a J-Dam, baby. This rod is very sensitive, very light, and I really enjoy the action. We got some clowns coming up on me, rolling up on me. Friggin' cheaters. Oh, I'm just kidding. See you later, Lord Earth. Hey, don't, no leapfrog. Give me all of them. I need everything I could get. Look at this guy. Beep.
On the board. Oh, look over here. On the board. Good fish. Good. Sure, buddy. Guy went totally stiff on me. Oh yeah, buddy, chill. Oh yeah. $18.25. Said $18.25. Don't be hating.
I had a fish come up from the bottom. Looked like a pretty good fish too.
Woohoo! You caught one. We can fish, it turns out. Not exactly what we're looking for, but it's a start. Crazy. Yeah. Yeah. I think he's gonna keep. He might. Barely touch. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That's 13-incher. So enormous. That's a better one. That's a better one. We aren't mad about that. Oh yeah. Good fish. Let's go, boys. That was a great fish. He freaking took off. This dock bite's on. We're gonna have fun. Nothing else. If nothing else, we'll have fun. It's a good fish to get us started. I think it's peeing on me, but you know, I guess that's fair. Ooh. This fish is strange. It's cold. Go to the mouth.
Got him. Oh, yeah. Yeehaw. Check this hog out. Hog number 1, baby. Woohoo.
On bed, it's pretty warm. Water temp is pretty cold. What you call a caper? Come on. Oh, what the fuck? Uh, 13 and a half.
And welcome back, everybody. Hope you enjoyed that first episode or first part of Beyond the Water.
We caught a mistake.
We caught a mistake. Yeah,
I said a bad word and
potty mouth.
Yeah, I'm my bad. I'm sorry.
I forgot to edit it out.
John, it's technically John's fault, but it is my fault.
John spent 14 hours, 6 hour long, but John spent half of the day in front of his computer yesterday. That stuff can happen.
Sorry, but let's talk about. You guys saw something on the stream there. If you watched it from the beginning, you saw me.
The swear may not have been the most controversial.
You saw me wearing a kind of a different looking. Yeah, it was my underwear. I can't believe you guys did that to me.
You know what's amazing? We all have our approach to fishing, right? And I didn't know rain gear was one.
Here's the thing, and this is something that I thought of the night before or the night after. I mean, excuse me. I don't know why I took my shorts off. I was putting on my rain gear, just the pants, because the water's cold and it was getting a little choppy. So I put the rain pants on, and I took my shorts off, and I don't know why. I have no idea why. And so I'm in this, and we were down at the end of the ramp. Nobody could see us. But yeah, I did that. And my wife sent me this message. She said, you have to warn me before you were going to be in your underwear on TV. The kids were not amused.
I mean,
I'm sorry. I don't know what happened.
We should have issued a warning.
I honestly,
beforehand.
It's not something that I would typically do. I don't know what happened.
I don't know. I
was just feeling a little saucy.
I don't know much about your rain gear, but I know we all have different styles and approaches to fishing. Personally, my the rain pants that I have like this mesh lining that I wouldn't want to. I want a layer between me and that. But hey, some people just want to feel. They got to feel it.
I wanted to let loose a little bit. I didn't realize it was all subconscious.
Yeah. Well, we'll see if it worked out for you.
But yeah, so that was the first glimpse at Beyond the Water. In future episodes, I think we're gonna have a little bit more behind the scenes stuff. This is the first tournament of the year. Especially doing the EKF Live, there's a lot of work. So we forgot to film quite a bit. There's a lot of stuff that I wish we had filmed, a lot of really great conversations and things like that.
Yeah.
But next time we'll get it.
We try to film, what we're doing. The piece, I think the piece that for folks that don't travel to these tournaments with us, I think the piece that it gets kind of underestimated or understated is we find ourselves in the middle of nowhere a lot. I think the perception of these lakes is that, a lake is surrounded by touristy things, restaurants and things like that. We had every intention of filming like where we eat and where we go. And then I think Wednesday when we got here, we immediately found ourselves in definitely a locals only dive bar where we're not locals. Great food, Mayfield Grill, excellent food. But it was one of those places. It's like that mom and pop antique shop you walk into and you're the only one in there. And so you feel like you have to buy something because they're looking at you. It was like that. So if we were to pull out a camera and start filming, it just didn't feel like the right thing to do. So part of it, I think, is us getting over like the level of awkwardness that is having a camera around all the time.
Filming yourself in general is more difficult. When you're looking at the YouTube channels and the anglers do it. A lot of the anglers will do that. Like especially Scott Martin and all these guys. They have their own camera guy.
Right.
Right. Which we could probably do. One person films while the other two people are doing. Whatever. But we'll get there. We'll get there. It's fun. It's something that I think can be entertaining for folks. And as you saw, we got out there and did some fishing, and I wasn't watching.
So, we needed that break. So
I'm sure you saw that I was crushing it. I mean, I don't know how far I got. But I think I caught an 18. You saw that, right? 18.
I'm aware of it. I'm aware of this 18.
Did you catch any? Did you catch any
in that clip?
Yeah, at all that day.
We'll have to wait and see.
I mean,
I don't know.
You rolled up on me.
Naturally, I stole your spot because I had to.
Rolled up on me, saw me catching fish, so you had to come down there and
we were fishing in a
it's
lake.
not unexpected.
This lake's the size of a football field, and it's all Ken's spot. I mean, we've got to have some banter along with the competition. It'd be too stale otherwise, and we don't, in like a, I guess a club tournament or whatever, or not even a club tournament, but like an actual real tournament that's, has prize money. We don't get to harass each other on the water. So that was a nice addition to our staff tournament.
It was fun, lighthearted. But, I got to see me in my underwear. That won't happen again. That's the first and last time, folks. You've been asking for it.
It's a slippery slope.
It's going to be the end of it.
It's a slippery slope. I've been told that video footage of changing into rain gear is a gateway into more exposure down the road. I don't know.
There we go.
Kenwood OnlyFans coming soon. I've heard Foot Finder's already out there, but I haven't checked.
All right. Let's get an update.
Let's get a real update.
Change the subject.
All right.
My kids are still watching.
Sorry.
All right, we are up to 371 fish submitted.
It is slowing down.
It is slowing down. It is. I bet the fish catches are still coming. I bet the guys are still catching fish. I mean, that's going to slow down anyway. It's 10:30. We're starting to hit that time frame where you get the midday lull.
Mm-hmm.
But you never know if the fish are chewing, if they're moving in, they're looking to eat, and so they could be out there crushing it still. But again, you're going to have a decent sized fish to cull out stuff for these guys here in the top. 16 inches or better, probably. Looks like Jake Angeles moved up in the 4th place.
Just noticed that he has a fish that made it to the that just got added to the top in 4th place of a big bass. So that's a really good upgrade for him.
17.75. His smallest is a 16. He's an inch and a half out of first now, right? So he gets an 18.
Mm-hmm.
Or he gets two 17s.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Replaces those 2 16s and Moby's in the lead.
What's interesting though is like when you have this success, right? Is that it's just an inch and a half, right? But I think what we're seeing, especially in a top 10, when we look at the range of 80 to 82, things are getting really close. It's when you get that inch and a half that's so difficult, right? Like to us, like, just got to upgrade an inch and a half. And I think at this lake, that inch and a half is more of a mountain than a hill.
This is going to be close. It wouldn't be surprising if there was a tie. We had a tournament last year, right? Was it last year where we had like a 3-way tie for 3rd, 4th, and 5th?
Yeah, I think it was in the top
something like that.
Yeah, thankfully it wasn't for the lead because that would be a weird one.
But yeah, so I think we're a good chance of seeing it. I mean, if anything, the winner's going to win by probably a quarter inch.
Oh, it'll
whatever
be
he
close.
has, unless somebody finds just something special and just kind of, laps the field a little bit.
The tough part too with today, right, is being as close as it is. It's one of those days where even like a minor misstep can cost you, and sometimes those missteps have nothing to do with fishing, right? That is one of the I think unique aspects of kayak tournaments is you catch the fish. And when it comes to the competition and the scoring, that's where it's almost like after you catch the fish is where the challenge begins, right? Smallmouth are notorious for being active. They fight like mad, and that fight doesn't stop when you get them in the kayak. They don't just say, oh, well, you got me, handshake, lay down for the photo and we're out of here, right? These fish, they often have a little bit of energy left in the tank. They want to make it difficult. They're also as I'm sure all of us know, I think we were talking about yesterday, they have really sharp dorsal fins that like to lodge themselves into your fingers, and those types of things that come into play here. And one lost fish off of a board today can be the difference between, honestly, now with how close it is, could be the difference between a top 10 and 20th place finish.
Speaking of top 10, looks like Nick Audi has jumped up into 8th place.
How about first place?
Dylan Miller. Oh, boy. Oh, so there we go. We're talking about a tie. 85 inches, tied with Anthony Campbell.
And looks like he's got it for big fish. 18 1/4 is his biggest. So he would have, that would be our tiebreaker. That's a good time to mention that. Our tiebreaker, we have a couple layers to it, but in the event of a tie, the angler with the biggest fish out of the limit, takes the win, or takes the higher position. And then if they have two of the biggest fish the same size, it goes the second biggest fish, correct?
Down.
We did have a situation where the fish wasn't it all the way down? It came down to time. Or was that big bass? That may have been.
I think that was big bass. Yeah.
The tiebreaker for big bass can get complicated. Yeah.
That rule. So I there is a rule where, and it's usually used for lunker. It's a timing thing.
Yeah.
The angler who submitted that fish for. I kind of hate that rule.
I kind of do as well. Yeah.
But ironically, that rule is because of me. That rule started with KBF back, and maybe some other trails that existed before KBF had that rule, but. For KBF, originally it was just that. It went to the next biggest fish. And then there was a monthly. It was one of the first monthlies. It was in 2015, one of the first that I'd ever done. And me and the guy in first place, it was 3 fish limit back then for the monthlies. And all 3 of our fish were exactly the same size.
Wow.
And so they had no rule in place to determine a winner at that point. So that's when Chad Hoover and Joe Haubenreich came up with the timing thing, and I lost. And so it's like, I hate that rule. And it exists partly, because of that event, that monthly. It had never happened before in KBF. That was the first time it did happen. And the likelihood of it happening, it was rare. It doesn't happen very often. But yeah, 3 fish exactly the same size.
Do you think sharing, like splitting whatever prize money comes to that spot, is better?
I think splitting the pot is better than the timing thing, and I know there are people that disagree, but again, a guy catches a big bass at 7:01. Now you've got, 7 hours and 59 minutes and nobody else has a shot at winning that. So that's, to me, I think that's the fairest thing. It's not worth discussing and getting into.
Sure,
I don't know what you think or whatever, but it's just a personal thing.
It's it's tough.
And it's tough. It is one of those tough things. It's like, well, what do you do? What's the fairest thing to do? My opinion is you split the pot,
especially when it comes to lunker, because it's a great fish. And it's something like it's not something that should be diminished because of when you caught it, right?
Yeah.
Whereas like when it comes to a tiebreaker with a 5 fish limit, the quality overall of a limit could be carried by a kicker fish, right? Versus a limit with, say, like straight 18 versus, I'm not going to do the math because that would be terrible, but that it's more nuanced, that in a way that's more merit based than you can get with lunker.
It's bingo. If you both get bingo, you split the pot.
Right.
That's the way I look at it.
That's true.
But yeah, we got as I mentioned, Nick Audi back in the top 10. He found some fish. Take a look at that 19.25 though. Look at that thing.
19.25 or 3.5 or 3/4?
Oh, my bad. Yeah.
Is it 3/4?
I'm sorry, Nick. No. Yeah, 19 3/4. Look at how dark that thing is.
That thing is dark, and it's It's a pretty funny looking fish.
Thing is, though, where do you think that fish has been to be that dark? I mean, it's we're coming out of winter. You would think, if it was deep, it'd be light. That's a very, very dark fish. I wonder where that
could be in some rocks.
I mean, he could be fishing in an area where the water's stained. I don't know.
Yeah,
and that's a good fish though. The old fish. Look at that top fin. Looks like it's a little ragged.
It looks like it's been through some stuff, and that's always
I mean, almost a 20-inch smallie in Massachusetts or Northeast in general is it's going to be a pretty old fish.
Yeah,
Our growth rates are not what they are down south because of the cold weather.
And that's actually a really good, especially for New York. That's a really good kayak fish coming out of a New York fishery in terms of its length. It's not like all on the shoulders. It's a good length fish.
It's not a Cayuga bass.
It's not a Cayuga bass. Yeah,
Cayuga bass. If you guys have ever seen a Cayuga bass, you'll have an 8-pounder. Literally, that's. Did you see that smallie I caught last year at Cayuga? I mean, it was almost round. Literally.
Yeah.
And it was like a 6-pound smallie. But like 1975, I think it was.
Well,
it was ridiculous.
Our first ever EKF event, I caught lunker, that largemouth, that was like just spilling over the sides of the board, and the length just didn't do it justice. But it was a massive fish, and you really don't see it. You really don't understand the Cayuga bass, like what it actually means, until you start zooming in on the board and realizing like, oh, the edge of the board's right there.
Right.
And that thing, the fish had a double chin, which, it was awesome fish. It was a great catch, but lengthwise, I did feel a little gypped. Like, I think it was like shy of 22 inches.
Yeah.
But the weight wise was probably close to 7 or 8 pounds. It's like, that's just how these fish are. What was hilarious is that it just kind of it was early in the season. The fish just kind of came up and was too tired, too cold.
Oh, yeah,
so,
yeah.
But that's New York for you. That's the type of fish you can catch in New York. It's easily one of my favorite places, favorite states to fish in all the areas we've been to so far. Oneida, Cayuga, of course, is the top one. But it's good to see that this place is putting out the fish that honestly, when we announced the schedule, we were told like those fish don't exist here. And then we were finding out like they do, but they're few and far between. And that to us, I think to some people that's like why would you do that? Why would you have a tournament there? To us, that's more exciting. And as you can see, I think the way the leaderboard and the standings are shaping up right now speaks to why we selected this lake to begin with. It's anybody's game right now, even if you're getting a slow start, right? Like even if you're moving and backup plan A, B, C.
Yeah, I mean, you run into a pod of 18s. I mean, two, and look at right now. I mean, does anybody have 2 18s in their back? I don't believe so.
Right.
I mean, they don't, because we've got Anthony Campbell has an 18, Dylan Miller has an 18.25, and Nick Audi has an 19.75. Those are the top 3 fish. Everything else is 17 or smaller. So nobody has 2 18s. I mean, any one of these anglers puts a second 18 on the board. They're going to be tough to beat. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. This reminds me a lot of Connecticut River last year, where we're seeing fish submissions like crazy. A lot of similar numbers, and then, I think it was Matt Conant had a 19 plus fish, and the week leading up to it, we were told over and over again that those fish aren't here, right? There's no 19-inch fishes, which of course we know that's not true, just because they're hard to catch. Doesn't mean they're not there, but for a fishery to be healthy, we know those fish are there. They're just more experienced. They've seen things. They might be very aware of baits. Like, I don't know if we, I don't want to get into that science, but like, I feel pretty confident fish are the older and bigger a fish gets, there's a good chance it's seen a bait come across a bed a couple of times, or, but also like I feel like a lot of our lakes have like a lot of anglers know like a particular bait that's like, oh, we got to get that one. We got to do this, this color, right? This weight, whatever the case may be. This is the bait that plays here, right? And over time, those fish have seen that bait every single, 1,000 times, or at least once a year. And fish do seem to wise up to it. So it does take a little bit of an adjustment. And sometimes it can be just that take on an approach from somebody who's never been there before, to give fish something different to look at.
Oh, yeah.
So we have Matt Lee in 11th, and a New Hampshire angler. He got on the board really early this morning, which is cool to see. And when you see a limit go up that quick, like that's got to be exciting for an angler to, kind of get the nerves out of the way, get fish on the board. And honestly, it really is kind of a luxury and a curse to limit out early and then pursue the kickers the rest of the day, right? Like that can be both a high and a low.
Right. But Matt's another angler that he knows these kinds of fisheries well. He's, this is a clear water. From what I saw, clear water. The 2 hours I was on the lake, I'm sure there's some areas that got, there's a lot of creeks coming in and stuff. So there's probably some dirtier water out there. But he was coming in hot in the beginning. But 11th place again. He's got a 15-incher. He's got two inch 15s and then 3 16s. So if he starts getting into that 17-inch range, I mean, he's going to jump up real quick. So again, it's anybody's game. 20th place is 77.5. That might seem like almost 10 inches out, but that's a bag of 15s and a 17.
Yep.
You know what I mean? So again, you start upgrading, you get into some bigger fish, and with the smallmouth and stuff, they tend to, if you catch a 17 and they're schooling up, you know what I mean? They're in groups, you're gonna probably, you have a good chance of catching some other 17s.
Yeah. To me, the real fascinating thing here to look at is is you see the top 10, right? And they're all really, really close. And then you kind of get down into, like the rank 20 and you look at the limits and it's like, these aren't that different. It's usually a case of one fish, right? And it's the event of like you have like a 14 and a quarter, for example, but the big fish is 16.5, and you just think about what replacing that 14 and a quarter does with even another 16.5, and then there's also like some 15s on there, and we're seeing a lot of those 16s and 17s. So when you see a 15, it's not crazy to think that can be upgraded, and when that's upgraded, that the difference in standings is, in this case, it could be the difference of 10. It's a difference between that 14-inch fish versus a 16-inch fish is a difference between 21st and top 10. And that's, really, really kind of crazy to think about, but also really exciting to watch, right? Like this leaderboard has been moving a lot. Luckily Fishing Chaos updates regularly, which is excellent.
We have 51 anglers on the board out of 56. Yeah. We know some people, we know one angler that had some issues getting on the water, but he's on the board. But yeah, 51 anglers have brought in some fish out of 56. It's a healthy fishery. Some may argue that it's not healthy with the amount of smaller fish.
Interesting, yeah.
It depends on your perspective, but yeah, plenty of fish to be had.
Fish coming in are looking good. Oh, I see Torrance is on the board. Torrance is he's got a lot of room to upgrade, which is good for him. It looks like, when you catch five fish, like, and especially in a place like this, do you think that's a pattern? Do you think a 5 fish limit is like, okay, I got a pattern, or do you think you could just luck into it?
So I talked to an angler yesterday. I mean, it depends. I don't know. This time of year with smallmouth, hungry smallmouth. I mean, I watched one angler that I filmed. He caught a fish on a Senko. He told me he caught one on a Ned. I watched him catch 3. In the distance, I saw him catch 2. I went up to him, and he caught a 3rd when I was there. And I watched another angler catch 2 on a crankbait. You know what I mean? Same area. And then same thing, another angler. I had a name, Judy Richardson. Talked to Judy. I saw John caught the ones on the crankbait. Corey Walker, he's the one that caught them on multiple baits. But Judy said specifically that she thought it was a color.
Really?
A specific color for her anyway. You know what I mean? A specific color. But again, she said that she didn't think it was a moving bite. Moving bait bite. But then I had just watched John catch him on a crankbait. So I don't know if it's a pattern. I mean, I think this time of year, you're not really pattern fishing. You know what I mean? They're eating, and they'll eat a lot, and that kind of showcased that right there, where you had 3 anglers who caught them on multiple baits, moving baits. Slow presentation with the Ned, Senko. So I don't know. I think these anglers are they're looking to probably cover water. Unless you're finding some very isolated stuff like rock piles offshore, and then you're waiting for the fish to come to you. But I think a lot of these guys are probably moving around, fishing shallow, and just looking to put their bait in front of hungry smallmouth.
Yeah,
pre-spawn smallies. And I also heard somebody said that they might be on beds, and we actually saw them on beds when we did the staff tournament.
We did.
It was a smaller lake. The water temps were probably higher than they are here. We fished another lake on Wednesday too for fun for a couple of hours, and that was really much warmer. That was pushing 63, 64. Caught them super shallow, large mouth,
Yep.
So yeah, there might be some fish depending on the area of the lake. You know what I mean? The lake that we fished, I saw 51, 52 in the morning at that lake on Thursday, and I rolled up on a couple of fish on the bed, and they were there. So 51 degrees, largemouth on beds. So out here on this lake, smallies tend to fish or spawn in cool water. So
absolutely,
if you find a certain area, you might be fishing for bedding smallies, but that's not. I don't know if that's a.
It doesn't seem quite there yet, but could be.
Yeah, it's not something that I would bank on if I was fishing this tournament. I don't think.
I don't think so either. But the lake is big enough, and where it's located, the lake, it's big enough and expansive enough that with some tributaries and stuff going into it, that it is possible that it's more than possible that there are different conditions like in a river or shallow water. So we could, there's a lot that people could be finding here and locating, but we have a new leader of the tournament. Jake Angelis has just taken the lead with a limit of 85 3/4.
Exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah, that's it. And it's, it's that persistence that pays off. And I think, and to Ken's point, that breaking that 18 mark is huge.
He just put up an 18.25. So what was his smallest? It was a 16, right? 18.16. So yeah, you give him a 2 and 2.25 inch upgrade.
Yeah. Like that's a great catch. And if folks who have fished for smallmouth before, especially, I don't know if I haven't really fished for smallmouth outside of the Northeast as much, but I think smallmouth are my favorite out of largemouth, between largemouth and smallmouth, because of just the way in which, they're so aggressive. But not only are smallmouth aggressive, but it's not uncommon. In fact, I would say it's more common than not that when you catch that first smallmouth, it's that first smallmouth is your good, and they're generally not alone. They travel in packs. So when you catch one, there's typically more, right? And that doesn't mean, depending on the conditions, they see one get caught. Sometimes that school can turn off. But it seems like Jake is on a bite that is productive enough that he can, sift through those fish throughout the day. And if you catch enough of them, eventually you're going to get one of those bigger ones. And sometimes the schools are, primarily those cookie cutter fish, the 15s, the 17s, but, and they're the more aggressive, less experienced fish, but you go through them enough and that bait might find itself in front of that 18 1/4, like Jake just found.
Oh, yeah.
So I don't know how Jake's fishing, so I don't want to make it sound like I know what he's doing and he's on a school. He may not be, but that's the beauty of smallmouth fishing. And I think that's what's contributing to how close everything is in this event, is that, you can just come across the right school. It's finding a school is one thing, but finding a school and finding the ones of quality, I think that's also extremely a special trait, but also in this one could be the difference between prize money and not, right?
Yeah, I think if I had to guess, I think a lot of these guys are fishing shallow. Even guys like Nick and Jake, who are, typically we know them as a deep water anglers.
The scope and hope.
Yeah, the scope and hope. You know
Scope
what I
and
mean?
hope
Like,
hats.
you get
Sorry,
a lake
Jake
like
hats.
this, deep water, clear, rocky, smallmouth. You would expect them to be deep, but I think this time of year they're going to be shallow.
But we do know Jake can fish shallow as well. I mean, he has the old KFL broadcast days. I remember, I think it was an event in Maine. He was I was just watching him like just flipping and punching like these just thick weeds. Like he has the chops to do it. He's a very versatile angler. He may have started with, he may have gone into today and even started his day fishing deep and recognized, smallmouth do move relatively quickly and kind of what feels like in a hilariously orchestrated way, where it's like there's an alarm bell that goes off underwater and they all just go, all right, head shallow. But it does seem to work that way. And I've had days on, I think back to a couple of years ago on Messalonsky, the pre-fishing was primarily pre-spawn. And my bite during tournament day that Saturday that morning from, start of the tournament till 10 o'clock, the bite was there that I was fishing. It wasn't as productive. Like you could tell it was a little different. And then by noon, it was all bed fishing, and and obviously it doesn't transition that quickly, but fish do tend to move, and especially smallmouth, they can move that quickly.
Go back to Candlewood a couple of years ago, KBF, right? There was a Friday tournament. I had marked hundreds of spots that had bedding bass, big ones, day before. I just ran the shoreline, marking fish. But there was a tournament, a basketball tournament on Friday. Saturday morning, we got out. I mean, all those fish were gone. So I went and fished somewhere different on Sunday for the second event. And then everybody that fished the same area that I fished on the first day said the bass were back.
Wow.
They were back. You know what I mean? And so that made absolutely no sense to me. Obviously I just assumed that the bass boats just came and wiped them out, took them. But, and if that happened, they're not going to make their way back from across the lake.
Sure.
You know what I mean? To those same beds. But maybe there were other fish that moved in and took over those beds, or maybe they just moved off. Maybe there's a front came through or something. Sure. I can't remember, and they moved off the beds, and then they were back on Sunday. But yeah, they definitely move. That is for sure. And how and why sometimes is just, you just can't, you can't know. Right. It doesn't make any sense. But
we do know smallmouth are more sensitive to changes in barometric pressure, changes in weather. I think back to a KBF event, maybe like 4 or 5 years ago. I went out pre-fishing for a Lake George event, and Lake George. Yeah, it was Lake George. And within the first hour of pre-fishing, I had a really good limit that I was feeling confident about. I covered a little bit more area, but called the day early. On the way to our rental house, massive thunderstorm, like just one of those like flash pan, 10-minute thunderstorms. The next day at the ramp tournament day, head out on the water, and it was like someone played a joke on me. They were all gone. Like the spots that I had keyed in on, really great. I can't remember what the pattern was, but the fish were just gone. It was like an absolute joke. I didn't end up catching, my first fish until nearly halfway through the day. And it's just crazy. They can move and be sensitive. So the ability to adapt, I think, even today, I think it's going to be interesting. The weather is a little bit cloudier than it's been. We've had a lot of blue skies this week. I think yesterday was also a little bit cloudier, but it'll be interesting to see how that plays. I think cloudy days, they can tend to lead to fish being a little bit more open to biting, or it could do the opposite depending. But it'll be interesting to see how the fish adapt, and if the weather changes, if the sun comes out this afternoon, or shortly, how that changes and affects the bite. It could wake some fish up that maybe weren't interested. It's going to be tough to see, but also different areas of the lake may wake up right in the afternoon. As the weather continues to change and the temperatures change throughout the day. It's not crazy out here for 5-degree difference, from morning until afternoon. So
things are definitely slowing down. So let's see. 390 fish submitted. So these guys are struggling to find upgrades. I'm certain they're still catching the fish. Jake Angel is still on top, 85-75. But Dylan Miller and Anthony Cam, any of these guys, look, Anthony's got a 15-incher still.
We're talking about a less than an inch difference, right? Yeah. So even though Jake's this kicker fish there is great, and what we said, it's going to be the difference. I think to your point, it's going to take more than one.
We're going to get to a point where the people at the top, they're going to start struggling to increase their limit, while the people that are farther down the leaderboard have a better chance of catching up to them.
Yeah, definitely.
Anthony has a good shot of catching Jake. Jake still has a 16, so he as well. He can increase his limit too. But yeah, I think again we're gonna see people close to 90 inches, if not over 90. If any of these guys can find a wad of bigger bass.
It's interesting looking at the limits. Jake's limit is really consistent, right? Like when I say consistent, I mean his fish sizes are really, really close together. It's a tight grouping. Whereas like you look at Anthony's limit here, and it's like you see that 15.5 at the bottom, right? And a bump up with another 17, even a 16.5, right? And all of a sudden we have a different game, right? So it's interesting to see. It's cool to see the leaderboard, right? But to dig into it and see, like it's not, it's there's more than it looks right under the surface. And that's those limits and those fish that the people with the kickers, like Dylan Miller has 2 18-inch fish, which is, what I think could be a key, but for him, the key may be getting his smaller fish bumped up that 1/4 of an inch, that half inch.
Yeah. I mean, having 2 18s in your bag at the end of the day is going to be really, really good for anybody that has it. Unless unless something changes where the bite just, again, you can have that. You can have the whole lake just turn on for whatever reason. They start running current. We know the lake is high right now. So if they start pulling water and start sucking that water out, I mean, something that could trigger them, could shut them down too. You know what I mean? So maybe something like that happens, and maybe we don't see Jake and them moving too much, but anything can happen.
That's definitely
everything's close. I mean, we're talking top 15 or 80 plus right now, and any one of those guys can catch a fish or two and put them in the lead at the top. We got Brett Holdfelder right here in 15th place. He's got 3 15 inches. He's 5 3/4 out. That's
some people were saying
a couple small fish, and he's right there. I mean, these guys are all these guys are in the mix. Even these, Ray Figueroa down here, 20th place with 77.50.
Yep. I do think what's great is we heard a lot from I would say folks maybe who weren't as excited about this lake as we were, say that low 80s could win this thing. And I think it's really great to see that the top 15 are 80 and above.
Oh yeah.
But that's the type of stuff that's these places have a way to surprise us. I think what's been cool about this week for me, I mean, obviously I've never been here before, so we pull up to the ramp and the lake is the lake. But in talking with some of the locals at the ramp, the lake, we hear that the lake is up, and we hear that from time to time at these events, and what that means varies from lake to lake. Right in the south, we fished events that like the water's down like 7 feet. Right, you can see the shoreline that clearly is not there most of the time. But what was cool to see in this lake, one, we saw the dam through driving, we've driven past it and so on, but the cool piece is the water is so high right now in Saganaga that places that aren't typically fishing spots are now fishing spots. You have trees that are submerged, you have vegetation that's never in the water now in the water. And what's cool about that, and what seems to be playing out in this leaderboard, is we have some people that are more local to this lake, but they're used to fishing spots, that are always there. And now we have this sort of variable where the guys coming in fresh are able to fish and scout out areas that aren't even typically existing. And I think that's really cool. I don't know that those fish are being caught there, but just at the ramps that we've seen, there's like legitimately coves formed from the water being this high.
Yeah, no, the water's high. I mean, you go out in the backyard, there's a berm of leaves and twigs and everything that runs the whole backyard. It is, 10, 15 feet from the water's edge right now. So that means the water was up, 3-4 feet, some point in recent time. And it's still, we know it's still up. Some of the, Brian Balser posted a link on the debris. Posted something on the Facebook group page, talking about the fact that, the water's high, and a lot of the obstructions and things that you used to be able to see out of the water, it's not there. It's underwater right now. So,
and he posted that picture of that big tree floating in the water. And we saw some of that yesterday, smaller stuff, but the debris.
And that might affect the local guys, the guys that know the lake more than the guys that don't, that just came in blind, pre-fishing or whatever, the people who have fished here in the past that, they know this rock, this rock pile or whatever, is typically in 2 feet of water. Maybe it's in 4 feet now. And for whatever reason, that the fish just aren't on it now, I mean, so it's that's fishing, variables, dynamics of fishing. It's just how it goes. You just got to adjust.
It's always interesting during the off season and sort of leading up to that first event to see just just how confident people are going in. Some people are more excited than others. Some people I don't know. Some people they don't like the body of water, or they're not as excited about it. And some people are. But occasionally we have the people that when our schedule is announced, they're local to the area and they're like, oh, I'm going to hop in this event. And it's always, we've seen that with some Bassmaster pros and MLF pros and stuff entering these kayak events and had mixed results. But it's always kind of interesting to see the excitement that comes from the locals that have been fishing the areas for a while that are like, yeah, I'll throw my hat in the ring and see how I do. And it's always good to see. I don't say good. It's always enjoyable for us to see how they do, but also interesting to see like how our anglers stack up to the competition, right? This year we did add a membership fee to EKF to compete in our events, which we were a little bit like, is that going to restrict people from doing that? These locals from hopping into our events and trying their shot at it. But we did also add the option for, a guest fee so that they can still compete in our events. Those points don't count towards Angler of the Year, but it does give those locals who maybe can't travel everywhere to fish that event that comes to their backyard, or that honey hole that they've had, or those spots that they've fished traditionally, and see how those stack up. And it's kind of cool. It does sometimes result in some trash talk. We're not the biggest fans of that. We don't want that drama. We try to keep it friendly, but it's kind of neat. It does get people excited, and I think, we never know how it's going to shake up. We don't ever encourage or manufacture that, but it is cool to see how it grows organically and then see how it stacks up. Just adds a nice storyline. And I think especially for this broadcast in the future, like those storylines are going to be really helpful and interesting. So
I feel like you're being a little big.
I am. Yes. I may be referring to something specific.
If you know, you know.
If you're in the EKF group, listen. But
we're talking about a local. He's on the board.
This local is on the board. But there's, I think it goes back to the sentiment earlier where the fishing is one of the challenges of kayak fishing tournaments. The proper photography, the measuring of the fish, the identifier card. These are all things that honestly in the weekly prep and the week leading up to it, it's kind of crazy because these are super important things that, like, arguably, I don't know, like catching the fish is great, but if to a competitive angler, catching the fish is amazing. But if you don't have that picture, what's the point, right? Like that's the tough piece.
Yeah, there's a different component to kayak fishing, tournament fishing, than say the bass boat counterpart. They catch a fish, and they drop it into a live well. Of course they got the culling system. They have to, fish care. They have to keep those fish alive. The live well has to have, sometimes you got to have ice on the really hot days. You have to make sure it's circulating the air and it's refreshing the water and all that stuff. But, there is that part of that. But, I think with kayak fishing, there is a lot more to it. You definitely, yes, you got to have the identifier in the picture. You got to have the whole board in the picture. You got to make sure the mouth is closed. You got to make sure the fish is facing the right way. The tail's not off the board. There's so much involved. You got to make sure the phone, we require people to use the phone. So a lot of phones out there, especially the Android phones, they're all different. The Android operating system is used by a ton of different phones. Getting anglers to get their settings accurate and correct so that when you're judging the fish, you see the necessary data. That's a difficult thing to do, and it adds to that.
Just the variables, right? You can't account for.
We got a little distracted here, but yeah, it's not just you versus the fish. You know what I mean? There's so much more to do when it comes to competitive kayak fishing. You have to make sure you have everything dialed in.
Yeah, and how many times have we seen just a setting, right? Like a setting being
a setting. So so back to the settings, if you're on the water and you upload your fish on the water, your submission location is typically good. It's that photo location data that a judge needs to see. Sure. That so if a lot of anglers will get off the water and then on the way to the awards they'll upload their fish. Well, guess what? If one thing is incorrect and the judge cannot see where the photo was taken, and you uploaded it from the highway.
Yep.
Well, guess what?
That's happened. Yeah.
You're getting your fish denied, right? Because you can't verify where it's at. So there's all kinds of variables that go into it. So it's you against the fish. Yep. It's you against all the other anglers, and then it's you against technology.
Right. And that's the thing.
To have all of that stuff dialed in to be successful. And sometimes it's hard. I mean, we've all made mistakes. I've made mistakes,
and that's the thing that you don't see it.
You got to wear your PFD. You got to have your PFD zipped. I mean, how many people have taken a photo and it's up like this, and their PFD is unzipped. Guess what? That's
right.
You just disqualified yourself, and you had no idea.
I won't say who, but then last year somebody went by me with an unzipped PFD, and I was like, oh.
Yeah, it's happened. It's happened locally in angler 2 times, same angler, 2 different times. I'm not calling them out. Just not thinking, taking a photo for sponsors.
Yep.
PFD off, PFD unzipped. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's a DQ. And that wasn't even something that happened in the tournament. That was something that I was seeing after. And so, yeah, there's a lot that goes into kayak fishing. So if you're new to the sport, you have to read the rules, and you have to understand the rules. You got to ask questions. We all know, most people know how to fish. So if you know how to fish, that's great.
It's great.
There's way more to it. It's not just getting in your kayak, getting the right board. We saw today an angler the wrong identifier card already today. So that was, I believe, a limit.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Multiple fish denied because wrong identifier card.
But that's the piece. This is the element to me of these events that when the locals are like, I could fish that place blindfolded, right? It's arguably just as important as catching the fish when it comes to success in a tournament. And yet it is a last minute scramble. Like we do a captain's meeting. This year we're doing our captain's meetings live, or we did it on yesterday. We did the captain's meeting live. And what is always interesting to see is like after that captain's meeting goes out into the ether, goes out on the internet, the questions start, right? The messages start. And most people, a lot of the seasoned anglers, they reach out to us earlier. They ask those questions. They confirm their ramps. But it's, sometimes we get the new folks, but it's always what's interesting to me is the folks that kind of view our kayak tournaments like, oh, I fished that lake, I'm hopping in so I can win some money. What they aren't prepared for is those things like they don't have the app updated. They don't have their GPS enabled. And these are all things that as an organization and as directors, we can't give in on, because these are our safety nets. These measures, for those who may not know at home, these measures, the GPS coordinates, the unique identifier, the identifier card, these are all measures to ensure integrity of the event, the fish catches and submissions. We won't get into all of the examples, but like anything else, the more money that gets involved, the more creativity gets involved to, wrongfully earn that money. So anyways, that being said, that's why we're mentioning those things. That's always the dynamic, is like, you might be an absolute hammer on a particular body of water, but if you can't submit that fish in accordance with the rules, you might as well not catch it, right?
Yeah.
So anyway, leaderboard update, a pretty big update, I would say, Ken.
Oh yeah. Yeah. It looks like we've got 2 upgrades here for Ben Bornhorst. So he is up to 70. Nope, that's wrong.
He's up to 87 inches. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not smart. 87 inches. Looks like he upgraded 17.25 and an 18.25. So he put an 18 on the board, and he's got 417.
Yeah, and you see like what we were mentioning earlier about those little increments. If you look at the quality of Ben Bornhorst's limit now, you're seeing, we were talking earlier about those 15s and how much an upgrade of a 15, even to a 16, changes things. Well, Ben Bornhorst is the first one to achieve that the bottom, his smallest fish now he has to upgrade 17. Is a 17. Right. So it's that consistency and tight grouping, 3 17.25 now. So you're talking a couple 17.5s.
Yeah. But again,
more.
He's going to have a hard time upgrading while other people aren't. So, he's on top now, 87 inches. But, one of these guys, Nick Audi.
I'm really
or
curious.
Jake Angelis, 16 incher, so now he gets another 18. Well, guess what? Now he's on top.
I'm really watching Dylan Miller here. He's got 2 18-inch fish already.
Yeah.
And he got them. I think he was the first one to get 2 of those.
I think he's the only one that's had 2. I mean,
and so if he has 2, it makes me wonder if, maybe it's a slower grind, but but he could be in an area where, higher concentration of those fish are.
Yeah. And he has 3 16s.
Yep.
So again, he has, the 17s are out there. We know they're out there, and they're more common than the 18s.
Yep.
So he gets 3 17s,
you take those 2 18s, you take those 2 18s and you add Ben Bornhorst 17s, and that's a heck of a limit, quickly approaching 90 inches.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting.
I think down to math is bad up here, so don't trust our math on anything. But
we will be shutting the standings down
1 o'clock
at some point. We'll still talk about it.
Sure,
but we'll shut it down. We'll leave a little suspense there?
That's a common thing that we do to build some suspense for the awards. It also gives us time, but previously it gives us time to kind of go through and we work with a tournament management system, Real Tournament Management. Amanda Brennan and her team do an amazing job. They judge all of these submissions for us. And that frees us up to do things like this broadcast. Last year, it was freeing us up to fish, but also last year was a pillar of integrity so that everyone was clear. As directors, we lost our access to the event the night before so that it was clear that there was no, it was just an even playing field, and Amanda's team handled that and handles those submissions. But there are times where things come up that we have to validate and verify simply from being here, right? Like the logistics. Is somebody in fact there? Somebody submitted a fish that's showing up in the middle of the woods somewhere in Idaho, right? Like, have you seen this person? So it's good to have us, here locally, but there's time in between where we also have to sort some of that out. Some of maybe if there's a dispute, and so on. And I think that's another thing to bring up, that after this event, today the results, while we can be confident in them, they're not necessarily official. We have a protest period where things can change. That gives anglers the opportunity to review the leaderboard, review these submissions. We're human. We're not perfect. We can miss things. The anglers and the competitors themselves have the opportunity to challenge any fish, and I believe even people outside of the event.
Oh yeah,
right?
Absolutely. Yeah, there's a challenge feature, so anybody outside that's looking at these fish. Problem with the challenge feature is that once the fish is judged, you can't challenge it. So
gotcha.
I know Fishing Chaos has something in the works that you can set a time period. So it will be, you can challenge it up until when it's judged, and then there's going to be a protest option or something like that. I forget exactly what they're working on. They're working on a lot of great stuff. I mean, Fishing Chaos is a fantastic tournament management app. They have so many cool things in the works. They got a team of software engineers that are also anglers. So that's really great, where they kind of understand what you need as a tournament director and what works. But it takes time. I mean, it is a very complex program. So I had a lot of people. There are some people out there that don't like it because it's not simple.
Right.
You can set up tournaments and keep it simple, but it is a very robust piece of software. But that is one of the things they're working on.
Yeah, and they are great. Like, in addition to that, they're always looking to expand and improve. I think for us as as people that put all this time and effort into these events, like we have to rely on this platform, right? Like it doesn't matter what kind of preparation we do, on our end, this thing has to handle the traffic, the submissions, and they do. And I think what I particularly like about Fishing Chaos is anytime we've had an issue, Ken handles primarily the Fishing Chaos stuff, but we have a name, right? We know the name of the folks over at Fishing Chaos. I'm not gonna give them names so that people don't bum rush them, but we have responses. Like, we feel supported. I think that's the key.
Listen, I mean, these guys, if you want to use, if you're a tournament director and you're looking for a software or you're looking to switch or whatever, just reach out. They'll set up a demo anytime you want to set up a demo. They'll walk you through everything. We do in Massachusetts Kayak Bassin, we do something called the Knockout Series, which is a season-long bracketed tournament. So we start out with 30, 32, 48 or 64 anglers, depending on how many people sign up. And, we shuffle the seeds and everything in the beginning. It sets everything up. And then it's 1 versus 1. And then everybody moves to the next round, that wins. And, when I wanted to set that up originally, that's one of the moves that when I started using Fishing Chaos, that is one of the reasons why, is because they could handle those unique style tournaments, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I got on the phone with Tom over there, and I mean, he had the leaderboard set up like he did it himself.
Yeah.
And he showed me how he did it. And I mean, that's what they do. You know what I mean? They're fantastic.
It's always great. Like, anytime we have
any issues, any issues you have, I mean, anything.
But I can't think of
them, and they're responsive. But and it's a great software. Like I said, they run a 4,000 boat like tournament every year, saltwater. You know what I mean? And live weigh-ins and things like that. They have this thing called the big screen option where you can have it up, if you have like a big screen, you're on a real stage and everything like that. So there's a ton of things that they can do with the software. And
I don't think there's ever been a thing like an idea we've had or an addition we've wanted to make, whether it be to our tournament description or whatever. Like it seems like we can find ways to make things work. And that's what's great. You have to be creative.
You can make a lot of things work. There are a lot of things that I think that could be better as well as good as it is.
Yeah.
And I have a ton of ideas and I've sent a ton of them to them.
I'm sure they love that.
But with any type of software and stuff, it's not a snap of the fingers thing. You know what I mean? I've worked in IT for since 1995. So I understand that things like that, it's not that simple. Other people who don't necessarily know, they're like, oh, dude,
of course, yeah.
It's how hard is that? It's like it's hard. But yeah, there's a lot of things they could do to improve it. There's a lot of improvements that are coming, and they make a lot of them behind the scenes and stuff. Yeah. But moving on from that, I just noticed, I just went through all the submissions. Not one largemouth has been submitted.
Really?
Not one. We're up to 406 submissions, and
we knew they were going to be hard to come by.
Yes, we've heard that. And the anglers have the option to choose smallmouth or largemouth. So we saw last year, I think it was Frank Bedalevich, his father. I think he had them all in there as largemouth, and they were all smallies. So it's up to the angler. So there might be a largie out there, but I didn't see any. But yeah, as of right now, 407 smallmouth, 408. So I'm curious though where those largemouth would be, because some people did say, that, and they were people that know the lake. They weren't boasting, you know what I mean?
Sure.
They did say that there
are
largemouth.
We fished places like this though in the past where it's like, they're both there, but like the smallmouth are going to do it, and I feel like inevitably we're surprised that like one of the the first fish up is like the opposite, right?
Yeah.
And I think some of our anglers, like when they hear that, they take on that challenge. And when it comes to the dynamic between largemouth and smallmouth, and I think a lot of our tournaments, when people are on a smallmouth bite and there is that option or that factor of a good, or equally as good largemouth population, people tend to go to the largemouth because they, typically are longer, and for kayak limits that goes further. But I think there's some anglers that are motivated to the allure of that largemouth, right? Like if there's largemouth but they're few and far between, that could be a good pattern to get on, and what an edge if you can, and yet
that's what I try to do.
Yeah. And how many times, and I've seen it many times myself, where it's like your pre-fishing hasn't been that well, and you're like, I'm just swinging for the fences, going for these. And I check out the leaderboard and you're sitting there.
Yeah. I mean,
close to the top.
St. Lawrence River last year, you know what I mean? Like I'm way behind. I just put that video on YouTube. But yeah, I mean, that is a, smallmouth Disneyland. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like that was what I had planned. I'd planned on going there and just crushing my personal best, like over and over, like not just once, but multiple. I was going to break my PB, and then I was going to break that PB, and then that PB. Yeah. And I caught my biggest smallmouth was 10 inches, 9 inches, 8. I mean, and then I went and found one small area that was a largemouth area, and I almost won the whole thing. I mean, it's just, I think
we underestimated that place, and because the hype, you have to get through the hype with all these things, right? And how many tournaments have we watched, the big boat series go to St. Lawrence, and we're watching these guys on these schools of smallmouth, just one after another, and we're just blown away by it. And they make it look easy, right? Because you don't even see them moving.
I'm so disappointed in that event. And we're going back there this year. We're going back in August. We're hitting the northern end up near Messina.
Yep.
But we're not fishing.
We're not fishing.
So actually, though, we could fish. We could go to the southern end beyond the boundary. Yeah, redemption.
I don't know what we're
doing for me. Although if we did that, I would be tempted to go right back to the same spot that I fished.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, it's one of those places that I'm actually wondering where we're going to fish up there, because our being a river, the boundaries are so long.
Yeah.
But we'll see on that one.
We'll figure it out.
Yeah, we're really excited about that one. I'm really excited about the Kennebec event. These are places. For our St. Lawrence event, we have some rivers and tributaries on limits that aren't typically. And then the Kennebec event in Maine, I don't remember a tournament being on there before, or at least on those stretches.
No.
So,
but again, it's these are the newer fisheries, Raystown Lake as well. That one's coming up. We're going to Pennsylvania for the first time. Pennsylvania, everybody want to fish the Susquehanna. Every national event that's come there has fished the Susquehanna. We could do that, and I'm sure someday we will. You know what I mean? But we wanted to try something a little different. We saw Raystown Lake, and Raystown looks like one of them like Highland reservoirs.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That you see down south. It's just a lot of creek on.
The shape of it,
it's a snake. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
it's a river that's been dammed up. I mean, it looks fantastic. The research we've done, I think it's going to be a great fishery. Unfortunately, again, we're not fishing it, so we'll have to.
And it looks great, like on a Google map. Like if you're just somebody who fishes every now and again, you see that Google Maps or Google Earth view, and you're like, wow, okay. It's got something for everybody. It looks that way, but
no, it'll be.
We'll
fun.
have to find out. Somebody else.
I think again, these are unknown fisheries in a sense. You know what I mean? The people anglers know them, but they're not known to hold tournaments. When people hold tournaments, you're going to go to New York, especially in this area. Just north of us, we have Lake George and Champlain, right?
Yeah.
Well, clearly those are better fisheries. You know what I mean? So, coming to Saganaga. Some people were like, "Why are you going there? It's not as well of a good of a fishery." And my argument has always been, and I'll beat this one into the ground, but it's a tournament.
Yeah, it's a sliding scale, right?
A tournament. So, we kind of mentioned it earlier about the St. Johns River. It's where the elites go, and it's so I think I would like to see more anglers, and not just because we run EKF and we want people to come and fish with us, but just in general. I'd like to, because then that does kind of level the playing field. If you keep going back to Cayuga, there's a certain group of anglers that are going to crush it every time, so you come to someplace different, and then guess what? Well, now it opened up the door for other anglers to kind of step up, and those same anglers might do well. They typically do. They're great anglers for a reason. But yeah, I just think the mindset of anglers needs to change a little bit, especially the tournament anglers, right? If I'm going on vacation to New York, maybe coming to Saganaga is not the ideal thing to do when you have Lake George and Champlain so close by. But for a tournament, if you shift your perspective a little bit and say, okay, my goal, I'm fishing this tournament to win the money, the AOI points, whatever you're going for. Then it doesn't matter where you're fishing.
Yeah, we get spoiled by the good places.
If you win with 60 inches or you win with 100 inches, what is the difference? The goal is to win. That's how I look at it. I wish other anglers
I see it that way as well. I really, the limits are a sliding scale, right? But the competition doesn't move, right? So it just, of course, we all want to catch that big fish. We all want to catch our personal best. I think any angler who's been around a while knows that, what makes a PB special is it doesn't happen every day, right? And so when that doesn't happen every day, we have to remember that. And I think it's easy to get kind of caught up with the competition aspect and look for those 19s and those 18s all the time. But when we have places like Raystown or even like Connecticut River last year, the competition doesn't change. The numbers slide, right? But we're seeing it here. Last year, our top 10, I think Nick Audi almost broke 100 inches. That was excellent and really cool to see a number that high. But the competition and the closeness of it is also, it just slides with it. And so the competition is still there. And these bodies of water are still a puzzle to sort out. And I like that. And we're a little bit restricted in terms of where we can have events, right, due to parking, launch availability, and stuff like that. But there's still plenty of lesser known options out there that just give all anglers a better shot at it. And that's what we're trying to do, is keep that competition up.
Yeah, for me personally, I like the adventure of that. I love to go wing it, at places. I love to, we have local tournaments. We had one recently called the Catch 'em All Spring Brawl. And, I picked a lake I'd never fished before. Not a very good strategy.
No,
but for a tournament, but I enjoy that. I like that sort of thing. So going to these lesser known lakes, I love it. And I love going to Cayuga, right? I mean, I'll be there for the Hobie event. You know what I mean? And, it's a great time of year to go there. I love it. You know what I mean? But if they went to, some nearby lake that I'd never fished before.
Right.
You know, and maybe not as popular. Like, oh, this is right next to Cayuga. Why would you go there? If you know, Seneca Lake, I've heard that one's tough, you know?
Yeah.
It's right next to Cayuga. Well, you know, and I'm sure if they chose to go there, there would be a lot of people that would be like, what the hell?
Yeah.
But you know, who cares? Again,
that's how I am.
It is a tournament, you know, so that's just me. That's my personal opinion. I know that a lot of people disagree with it.
I always find it interesting because it's like people, when you hear that sentiment, like, oh, why are you going there and not here? Right. And then you arrive to these places. And I think for me anyways, this week has been like this. Like we arrived to Saganaga, we've heard mixed reviews. When we get here, we're like, what is everyone talking? It's a beautiful lake.
Oh, it's fantastic.
Like it looks excellent. It looks so,
So
how many times you drive by a place and you want to fish it? Right.
Some examples are we fished the Connecticut River 2 times now, once in Massachusetts, you know, and then once in New Hampshire, Vermont. And same deal. You know what I mean? Connecticut River, who goes there to fish? You know, I mean, they had a Bassmaster event on the Connecticut River like in the 80s.
Yeah.
But you know, I think that was the last time, like 84, you know, and I think that was in actually in Connecticut. But a long time ago, nobody goes there for tournaments.
Yeah.
You know, so to bring a bigger event there, people kind of like, you know, raise their eyebrow a little bit. You know,
we did it in 2 different states.
They turned out to be great events.
They're great.
I mean, yeah, again, like this event, you got a lot of small fish coming in. You got a lot of fish coming in. But you know, 80 something inches each one, I believe. And you know, anglers had fun.
Anglers had fun.
A lot of the guys that didn't have any, you know, they were looking at it kind of maybe from a more negative stance going into it. You know, they came out of it going, you know what, that was a great event.
Yeah, it was a great event.
A lot of fun. And I think you're going to see that today too. You think you're going to see a lot of anglers that just, you know, win or lose, you know what I mean? They're going to have a blast out there. I mean, just look at it. You know, it's
definitely.
Again, we're at 414 fish now.
Yeah.
You know, I'm curious. We still got over 2 hours.
Plenty of time.
I mean, I'm curious to know if we'll break that record.
Yeah.
But I mean, you know, last year we had 109 anglers, 518 fish. We got 56 anglers today. 56.
I wonder if
at 414.
Yeah, I wonder if what's happening here with this event and you know, I think the Connecticut River example is a really great one. And for folks at home that may not be aware, we have 6 regular season events and a championship event. Five regular season events and a championship, a 2-day championship. But we also have the competition of Angler of the Year. So each angler gets a dropped event. And so last year, what we saw is like, you know, there were some folks that were just, they immediately knew what their drop was going to be. It was going to be the Connecticut River. Yeah. I wonder if some of that's factoring in this early, but even that is a huge strategy, right? If you bank on this place or Saganaga or whichever event, any body of water, and you kind of pre-identify your drop, that leaves like zero room for error for the rest of the season. And Angler of the Year is such a difficult achievement because you have to be consistent. You don't have, you can't make those mistakes that sometimes are out of our control, right? Everything has to just go your way. And when you just kind of, use your drop as like vacation time, like a PTO, like, I'm not going to make that trip. It doesn't look fun. That's going to be interesting. And I think this season, one of the things I'm excited about is our schedule this season. It doesn't have, like, I'm curious. I don't know which one I would pick if I took that approach. I don't take that approach. I generally fish them all because I'm pretty sure I'm going to tank at least one. But it'll be curious to see. And I wonder, I wouldn't be surprised if there's some folks at home right now kind of kicking themselves for not coming out here and fish, seeing the quality of the numbers, and seeing some of the quality that's starting to show up. Maybe it's not what they thought it would be. And maybe now they're kicking themselves because it would have played to their strengths or how they're, some of their styles of fishing that they're really good at.
Yeah. I mean, this is clearly anybody's game still.
Yeah, absolutely.
So anybody fishing this event, even though there's 2.5 hours left, and some guys aren't on the board yet, a couple of people haven't put some fish up, a couple have, 2, 3, 4 fish. Still, the lead is not too, the leader is not too far out of reach.
Big Bass is still staying the same though. Nick that one might be over.
That one might be over. That is going to be a tough one to beat. I mean, a 20-incher. It's going to be a tough one to beat based on what we know. What we've been told.
Yeah. Somebody comes through with a hammer largemouth out of nowhere. That's still a possibility.
Yeah. I mean, that's what I would be looking for. You know what I mean? Right outside here. It looks. We haven't seen a single kayaker outside our house.
No,
not one. I don't know what it's like.
I don't know if it's ramps are too far away or what.
The stuff by the shoreline kind of it's tannic water, tannic colored water. Looks largemouth. Looks like largemouth country.
It does. It certainly does. I don't know.
So
I don't know what it looks like when the levels are down, but so maybe that's kind of kept it away. I don't know. And I haven't been, if we're competing, I scout all the launches or try my best to, but this time I haven't. So I don't know if it's a logistics thing. Maybe it's just too long of a run, or no idea. Maybe it's just a well-known spot that looks good and it's just a tease, and that does tend to happen sometimes. So it could be either one.
The leaderboard is not changing at all compared to the way it was.
Yeah, we're hitting that lull we were talking about. I think it was slowing down. Started slowing down at 10 o'clock, and now I think it's there. But we also know, and I don't know. I mean, I do think it's a feeding window, but it does seem like they take a 2-hour break, and then it's like they know when our tournament ends, and so they like to make for an exciting finish. And fish decide to wake up and get an afternoon snack.
Jacob Stem jumped to 8th, and then Tyler Sweet bumped up to 10th.
Nice. John's paying attention. John's paying attention.
Jacob Stem. Jacob Stem. Yeah, he has a
82.25.
82.25. Yep.
All 16s.
Plenty of room for upgrades there.
He's 3.5 inches out. 3 3/4 inches out.
Yep. He upgrades a couple of those, especially the like a 16 and 16.25 with some. If he even gets an 18, I mean, that's huge.
I'm excited to see what happens. Like I said, like you said, the bite is we're probably in the midday lull. But around 1 o'clock, I'm thinking we're going to see some big moves when we turn the standings off at 1.
I have.
By the time 2 o'clock rolls around, I think there's going to be a lot of shifting happening.
I always try to keep my eye on, some of the locals, but also, I feel like there's a few people that we've seen, consistently that have that, we were talking about it the other day, where it's like that last hour fishing speed, right? That sort of urgency that we probably should have had all day, but maybe isn't sustainable. I don't know. We should try it sometime. But
I think, and so people make jokes about me because I tend to come in from behind a lot at the end. And when other people started pointing it out, I started looking at it and going, well, that is really weird, right? Yeah. And what I think happens is that I tend to junk fish throughout the day. I will, it doesn't matter, if I'm catching fish on one thing, I have all these other rods with me. I bring like 12 rods every time. It's minimum, 12
absurd
rods.
Amount. Yeah.
And I have them all because if there are no laydowns on a lake, and then I come across one, or there's one laydown, I want to have my flipping rod there so I can flip into that.
Do you think during like the early tournament hours, are you more picky? Like when you like go to that I don't say panic mode, but urgency mode, do you flip anything and everything? Are you fishing anything and everything, or are you sticking to a pattern?
Throughout the day, I typically fish everything.
Yeah.
If I see a dock, I'll fish the dock, and I maybe throw a different bait at the dock. And then if there's weeds, I'll fish some. That's why I bring all those rods. Right. But then what happens is at the end of the day, if I'm in the lead or if I'm getting close, I then, my focus in the morning is like this. And then by the end, it just comes in, and then now I'm here.
Right.
And now I'm like, okay, I've only got bites on this. And the problem is that I've always said, now that I kind of take a different look at it, if I fished that way from the start, I'd probably do better than I do. You know what I mean?
Sure.
Because, that scramble at the end, that's what happens is I kind of zone in and, and I'm sure that's what happens with a lot of other people. They start to move faster. They start to, okay, I'm not gonna finesse fish anymore because it's slow. So I'm gonna stop just slinging that chatterbait, covering water.
Yeah.
They can make more casts. And
you think you keep that up all day?
Do I?
Yeah, I wonder.
No.
I don't mean you. I don't mean you. I just wonder like that. It's kind of like that adrenaline rush.
I don't know if I can change at this point. I probably should be a little bit more disciplined, but there are so many times where I've actually won tournaments because I do junk fish and because I won't skip docks. There are people who, if they're on a pattern, they will absolutely never cast to a dock. They won't fish.
Yeah, they find that one distinguishing thing.
Right. And they're successful too. But, at the same time, what I do is I will fish that dock if my main pattern is, offshore weeds.
Right.
Or something like that. I will cut in and fish a dock, for 5 minutes or whatever. And I've caught a lot of fish that way that put me in the lead or put me up there and leadboard into the money and stuff.
That fixation, right, on that certain thing could mean you're
Yeah.
passing up good fish.
Right. And I think it's just, it depends on the angler. You know what I mean? It works for me. It works for me, so I'm going to keep on doing it.
It's one of those things, tried and true. You do it enough. And I think it's part of like just finding your own style and approach. I think everyone does it a little differently. For me, the beginning of tournaments is always a little bit of feeling out, confirming that what took place in pre-fishing is happening again or not, and then panicking of what we're actually going to do. But yeah, looks like we have a leaderboard update.
Look at that. We were talking about ties earlier. Check this out. Jake Angelis just jumped up in the first place with a 87 inches. He has a 1725 upgrade. Jake and Ben Bornhorst have an 1825 biggest fish. Jake's second fish, 1775, got him in the lead. But then we jumped down to third place, 85 inches. Fourth place, 85 inches.
Like we're getting there, and I think we're
fifth place, 84 inches. You know what I mean? So it's we're paying out 5 spots.
We're paying out 5 spots today. Yeah.
So we have 2 ties, and I would not surprise me if that we ended up with multiple ties in the top.
What's really amazing is how many anglers are stacking up in that mid 80s range, and I don't think that to me is already exceeding what a lot of people's expectations were for this event.
This is close to what it's going to be, what the winner's going to have. Like I said, it wouldn't surprise me if somebody hit 90, but based on what I'm seeing, it's probably going to be between 87.
Have we kept track of the predictions? I think I've heard 88. I've heard 88. I'm pretty sure.
Sure, yeah. Somebody had 102, which they might have.
And somebody say 115. It's like, I don't know. That'd be
what is 115?
Somebody said that was a record break. That'd be a record-breaking day for just about anywhere. I think I've seen that. I've seen numbers like that over the course of a month, but not in a single day. I'd probably retire if that was my tournament day, because I don't know how you top that ever. But
yeah, Jake Angelis is he's won quite a few.
Jake has been with us since the beginning.
He has been
Angler of the Year.
Yep, he is 3 wins. He's already got 3 wins with us. 11 top 10s. That's the most top 10s we've had.
Yeah.
And like I said, like you said, he has been here from the beginning. Nick Audi, what did he have? 8 top 10s, I believe. He didn't fish with us the first year.
He did.
He did.
He did. Yep.
Didn't do that well then.
Just didn't fish the entire season. I don't remember how well he did.
But that's quite a few.
But Jake was our inaugural angler of the year, and really, I think the top 10s, 11 top 10s, just speaks volumes to the consistency of Jake. I mean, he's a younger angler, but he is very much a student of the game. If you've ever spoken to him, he's dialed into it. He's a master at his electronics. He's also an amazing kayak rigger. He's as somebody who also likes to do that. He's very much into getting the kayak set up right, setting up a kayak in a way that supports his style of fishing in really any case. But really, he's just he's a younger angler that is so dedicated and obsessed with the sport, and I mean that in the most positive way possible. But he is studying. I mean, I think the moment shortly after we announced our schedule in the fall, I was getting questions from him about boundaries and stuff because he was starting his map study. And that's how much time and effort it goes into it. And I think that's definitely an understated and underestimated part of the sport, is when people look at those who are consistently in the front and towards the lead, they kind of view it as like they're lucking into it. What they're not seeing is the amount of work and preparation that goes into it. So
yeah. I mean, that's you can go in blind and do well sometimes, right? But it's gonna be hard to beat the people who put that kind of effort in, and you have to. If you want to win, you got to put in the effort. You know what I mean?
Yep.
And these guys do, and it shows.
Yeah, there's a lot of it. I mean, when people, and not that people ask me this a ton, but I do have this conversation with folks who are interested in tournaments, I always tell them, or just fishing in general, like, how do I get better? You guys make it look so easy. And what they're not seeing is the days we've had hours and hours on the water of not catching fish. And then all I tell them is it's time. It just takes time. You have to see things. You have to experience things, come across certain drop-offs, certain types of shorelines, all those things that with time and studying, like, that's the competitive mindset, right? We're not just going out in our canoes, for the weekend with the old lead acid batteries to the old tire trolling motor, right? Like, we're we are very much like, it's an obsession for us, and it has to be if you want to compete and consistently have a good finish in these events. Okay.
Do my eyebrows always look this?
Yes.
Evil? I look like a Disney villain.
Yeah, that's accurate. Yes. Yes.
Oh,
even though I think I saw a comment earlier about how you shaved and I didn't.
Listen, I'm into this. I shaved the eyebrows. I trimmed them.
You missed.
I trimmed what? No, not completely, but you know, I've gotten to that age where I've hit that Ernest Borgnine era of life.
Really?
Yeah, they were
Your
just
eyebrow
out
era.
of control.
Yeah.
Like, you know, so yeah, I took the old razor to them and
I don't know anything about that.
shave
Clearly.
the earlobes. These are the things that happen when you're
Yes.
older.
Oh yeah, I got the
You got the earlobe.
it's the hair. See, yeah, it just seems to like stick out straight too.
We never said this was going to be professional last year.
We're
No,
working on a Manscaped sponsorship.
That's right, Manscaped, hit us up.
I'm not.
Jay.
I'm good with it. I do need a trim, but for the most part, I'm not looking for that. Anyway, probably, if I showed up with like a fresh cut for this, it'd be weird. I jokingly said I was going to get a tuxedo. Maybe I'll do that, but cut my hair, no dice.
Trish Angelini, 20th place.
20th place in. Oh wow, Trish, who unfortunately had to miss a year with us. It's good to see her back.
Absolutely.
Seems really, really motivated this year. Has a brand new kayak, looking nice. New Titan X, which are very good looking kayaks, but we'll see how it pays off. A lot, it's always cool to see people kind of upgrade, whether it be their kayak or they make a change, and to see how it impacts them, because that stuff does make a big difference. Some people try to get by, kayaks themselves, right? They're always a balance. If you go for the big kayaks, you compromise speed and maneuverability. If you find the fast kayaks that have maneuverability, you sacrifice some stability. And you find the ones in the middle and you're just kind of good all around, but you doesn't excel at one. And it's always interesting to see how people adopt it. And, as somebody who's had a pretty good array of kayaks over the years, I feel like what you end up, or what I've ended up really comfortable in, is not necessarily what I would have expected like a couple of years ago. Like now, what I look for in a kayak is an absolute blank slate that I can make mine, but some people want the one that's ready to go. They don't have to think about it. So it'll be cool to see how that works out. And really it's always interesting to see how the new products that come out during the off season that are announced, see how they impact our anglers. And there's a ton of new Yak Attack stuff, new colors, and always cool to see how people personalize their setups.
Yeah.
So
I think that Titan X is going to make it should. If I was a kayak manufacturer, seeing that kayak come out, that would make me kind of, take a look at what I'm doing and seeing how I can improve, because they took basically all these things that these other kayaks didn't have and they put it all in one kayak.
Yeah.
Kayak manufacturers should, which is great. You know what I mean? It's competition leads to innovation, it should anyway. So I'm kind of interested in seeing what the other, especially Jackson, I'm on the Jackson team.
Sure.
So I want to see what they come out with because of something like that.
And good luck to them, because honestly, it's very personal, right? Like a very personal preference when it comes to kayak design and approach. But I think the Titan looks cool, but I'm more of like, I want a blank slate kayak. And it's tough. It's tough because, it's also been a tough few years for kayaks in general, with after COVID, during COVID and after COVID. It's been interesting to see how things go. Won't get into COVID talk, but it's cool to see now as we're kind of entering a different era. God forbid, it didn't seem like we'd ever get past that, but we are. And, seeing how things go. And it's also that time of year now where we're seeing it come to fruition. The new things are always like, they start trickling out, right? They're not like in the stores available. People pre-order them and you start to see them come out. The YouTube videos come out, all the trash talk that comes out about them, some hiccups that any new product will have. So, but yeah, it's cool to see. And I'm just glad to see Trish back. We have, I feel like, a core group of anglers who have been with us since season 1. It's always, it's great to see them stick with us. And honestly, it's just a humbling thing to have anglers in general put their faith in us to put on this event. Kind of scary to think about sometimes, when just knowing like how last minute some things are to come together, but never a dull moment with us in these events. And it's one thing I look forward to every event is seeing the familiar faces and even some new ones as well. So
yeah, and just seeing female anglers out there,
absolutely.
It's more as time goes by, you're seeing more and more of them come in, and like some people have said, it's a sport where being a female isn't a detriment,
Yeah.
to you. You know what I mean? You talk about combat sports and stuff like that, and fit. There's a barrier there, but for fishing, there's nothing.
It's a level
You know what I
playing
mean?
field.
Yeah,
It truly is.
So we've got multiple females that fish with us. It's great. We got some Canadians now.
Mm-hmm.
International. I mean, yeah. So that's great.
Right. All right. Trying to think we're up for a break.
Commercial
Awesome.
break.
So we've been sitting here a while, and probably have to pee. So appreciate you all. We're gonna go to a commercial, and then we'll get into part two of Beyond the Water. Right? Is that right?
Yes.
We are Yak Attack, a leader in watercraft accessories and mounting systems made in small town America with a built for life guarantee. From rod holders to fish finder mounts to cleats, tie downs, and more, Yak Attack products attach quickly and easily to your boat or kayak, including virtually all built-in track systems. For more information or to find a dealer near you, visit us at yakattack.com.
Crack open a bean boozle, baby.
All right.
Beautiful.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I didn't know we were doing this. Oh, okay. How does it work?
All right.
That's better. I can't move them. Yo! Whoop. All right. Number 2. Pinned. Nothing big. Nothing big, but it's number 2 on the list. Ooh, let's get him measured.
No. Drag is loose. Stupid. $15.25 on a chatterbait. Uh-oh. Another. Yeah. Hell yeah. Let's go. Let's go. $12.5. Yep. Yep. Take 2.
Boys on. I'm sorry, this giant dark mass just creeping behind it.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Let's go. Come on, dude. Yeah. So afraid.
when the camera just decides not to work. Whew, 15 and a half. Tries to go and kind of power up with sugar-free impact energy. You, Scott Rhodes, miss you. Wish you were here with us today. I don't think I have you hooked all that good. Tag on the net. What you eating that bait? Sticking out for you.
Oh man. Going. Finally. Whoa, 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 whoa. Relax, mama. Decent one. Let's measure. Oh, it's spoofing. Spoofing. Not bad.
The bite sucks so bad, and I'm pulling out the fuzzy dice. There's like a plethora of 18s cruising, like a ton in like 2 feet of water. And anything I throw at them, I don't have any Senkos, so I guess I could wacky, but I think this will be great. I think this is going to work awesome. And I'm going to catch some bass on the fuzzy dice because I'm rolling the dice with the fuzzy dice. Ah, I'm an idiot. Don't listen to me.
I need it. Come on. Oh. Yeah. That is an upgrade. Yeah, that's an upgrade. Oh, I like it. It's gonna be a good upgrade. Good upgrade. $16, folks. 16. Woo!
So I lost. I only got 3 fish, 1 9, 1 like 14, and 1 17. Of course, the wind's gonna pick up. I saw at least 4 90-inch bags, all cruising, all wanted nothing to do with bait. This wind sucks. I couldn't position myself to throw something in front of their face because of the wind. So, and I tried that for way too long. It is what it is. I ain't mad. It's not a real tournament, but I did get my teeth kicked in.
How do you back this thing up? Yeah. Wait, you don't have it? If you have something, you have It has to be a magnet, and no, I don't. God damn it.
Sponsor obligation. Obligation fulfillment.
Good. Thank you, dude. Appreciate it. I mean, not to be outdone.
This motherfucker. That's great.
So I'm Ray Morales. I'm from Massachusetts. I'm 28 years old, and I've been fishing ECAF for a year and a half now. So new to me this year, I'm running a New Canoe Unlimited. I'm using two 50 amp 24 volt batteries to power my 24 volt trolling motor. And I'm using live scope, and to power that and my graphs, I'm using 24 volt 80 amp hour, I believe. And over here I have two 12-inch Garmin's Ultras. One is for live scope and the other one's for mapping and side imaging. And up in the front, I'm doing the 24 volt motor. And yeah, that's pretty much my setup for this year.
Excellent. Awesome.
Afternoon, Gerard Elias here, hailing currently from Cape Cod, originally from Medford, and been on the Cape for about 10 years now. I'm running with a Hobie, which has been my kayak for choice since I've been doing this, which is only about 6 or 7 years. This is a 2020 Hobie PA12 360. And the way I've currently got it equipped, which is relatively new for me this year, for practice runs, I've got dual motors. On the bow, I've got the Motor Guide XI3. And then on the stern, we've got a Torpedo 403. And the general thinking there is simply you run to a spot from point A to point B with the Torpedo, moves this kayak a little bit faster. And then once you get there, you can do all your spot lock stuff with the XI3. Moving back, we've got dual graphs. Both of these are Garmin 93SV UHDs. One is the UHD1, which I'm currently running my live scope on, and the other is the UHD2 for my charts and all of my graphs. Of course, I'm running a 54 amp Dakota Lithium, which fits nicely in here, although normally I would have a small crate in there, but I've got enough room on the kayak for all my stuff, so I don't need to worry about that, but it fits nicely in there. I do have a nice feature, and by the way, this was all rigged for me by Ted Douglas of Black Hall Outfitters down in Connecticut, and he put in an on-off switch here, just a simple toggle switch for my live scope. So when I'm not running it, it's not draining the battery. And I suspect that this 54 amp will run these two graphs for at least a couple of days if you're using it judiciously. Under the seat, I've got some storage with a hardware box. You see this a lot. It's a T-Stack. I think Craftsman makes this one. It might be DeWalt. I'm not sure. but it holds plenty of stuff for me between tools and some baits that I'm going to use frequently. Of course, my PFD, and then moving further aft, I've got my H crate where I've got 4 or 5 tackle boxes in, and I also have the battery, one of the batteries for my Taquito. And then lastly is a Minn Kota battery box, and I've got a 100 amp hour battery in here, and that powers the XI3. The trailer is a Malone trailer, Micro Sport. I was able to add a couple of 6-inch rod tubes. So I can, believe it or not, I can actually fit 6 bait casters in each rod tube. So that allows me to keep them off the front seat of the car. Everything seems to fit nicely on the rail of the Hobie, which is one reason I like it. And the other reason I like Hobie is that I'm also able to bring my pedals with me just in case my motors crap out. Of course, you can only run 1 motor during tournament day, but in pre-fishing, you're allowed to run 2 motors. So tournament day, I'll make a decision where I'm going to fish, and that will determine which motor I decide to use. And that's pretty much it.
Awesome. All right. Hi, Chris Gomes, member of the Feel Free Kayaks fishing team. I'm going to go through some of my kayak today with you guys. So I got the motor guide on the front. Did not have this in the beginning of last year. Made a big difference last year for me, especially at Champlain. I run a Lawrence HDS graph. Just added this bar yesterday, trying it out for Feel Free and see how it works. The Dorado is the kayak. It's the V2, it's the newer version. It came out, I believe, 2 years ago, going on 2 years, about a year and a half. Everything is powered by Dakota lithium batteries. I have a 100 amp hour in here. And then for my graph, I run 23 amp hour in here. And of course, Yak Attack Black Pack with all the new stuff that they just came out with. It's great. Very cool.
Excellent.
That good?
Okay, welcome back, everybody. Hope you all enjoyed some sweet footage. Part 2, Beyond the Water.
How did you do? Did you enjoy it?
I enjoyed most of it.
Do you enjoy reliving that?
It's very fresh, yeah.
Hey, we were talking about last minute earlier.
And
it's exactly what happened.
Well, we got into your junk fishing thing, and we're talking about how you power fish in the last hour.
Set that up perfectly.
Yeah, I was trying not to be like, yeah, I know, but I do know.
I wasn't doing that intentionally, but yeah, that's a good example of 9 minutes left. Although, in fact, I mentioned this earlier. It was kind of your fault because I was heading out of that cove, and
the series stinks.
And I was heading straight. I was going to a specific dock that I'd lost the fish on earlier, and I saw you coming straight across. And I was like, all right, well, I guess I'll go over here and fish this side because you went right to that dock. And that's,
losing a lead late in a tournament is bad enough. And you have to turn it into, I did it.
You kind of did.
It's what I didn't.
But I mean, maybe I would have caught one on the dock.
What's really funny is in the, when I finally figured out where the fish were, I told you this, like I was trying to, I could see you sitting on something, like sitting on a point, like it. And for those who, I don't know if we mentioned it there, but fish. So where we were fishing, fish were on beds.
Yeah.
It was the most bizarre. I wouldn't say bizarre. It was just a very unexpected day. It felt like the heat of the summer. Like it was a hot day. I had a fishing shirt on. Like I was in Crocs. I was barefoot by a couple hours in, and which was great. Like it was. I didn't expect to be fishing docks the entire time. I spent my first part of the day like fishing deeper, trying to find them. But when I finally caught the fish, it was a very small body of water. Like we said, we didn't see each other all day, but when I caught my first fish, you had already had I think an 18 on the board.
I had two, I believe 2 or 3.
But you were definitely focusing on one thing, and I was hesitant. So for folks at home, we submitted our fish initially to a Facebook Messenger chat, and so I didn't submit mine at first because I was like, well, if he sees that I'm on fish, he might get him off of that spot. And then so I thought, oh, he can kill some time. Let him kill some time over there. Well, clearly I didn't kill enough time. So yeah, that I take the blame for. But regardless, had a blast of a day. That was so we went out earlier in the week to a different pond. I had one fish on the line and then I lost it at the boat. So it was great to slime my new kayak, get into some fish. You did beat me, but I had a fun day nonetheless. It was a great time. And I think, and I'm really relieved that we have something for us that we can do to kind of scratch that tournament itch while we get to hear what everyone else tackling these bodies of water.
First ever staff champion.
I'm so glad this happened.
I'm so
happy.
I can't wait till my trophy arrives.
Oh, it's on the way.
This is going on my permanent record.
It got lost in the mail, actually.
Oh, all right. We were away for what, 15 minutes, and we've had some movement on the leaderboard.
Some big moves.
Dylan Miller, still in third place, but he's up to 86.25. He's had 2 calls, I believe, in the last couple minutes. Antoine, the Canadian, 85.75. He had an upgrade. Anthony Campbell's still at 85 inches. Tyler Sweet just slid into 6th place with he's now at 84.75. So these guys are still catching fish. Nick Audi, he's in 9th place now. I don't think Ray Morales has moved in a bit. Matt Lee's in 10th place.
But I think we need to cover the thing that we didn't think was going to happen.
We did not think this was going to happen. We thought Nick Audi had it in the bag.
So we're already wrong on our predictions immediately. I mean, that's impressive, right?
You're wrong. John, you want us to put that on the board?
Yeah, I just got to refresh the link.
That is Nick Audi. Somebody said it looks like a coelacanth, and it totally does.
It looks like what?
A coelacanth?
Yeah.
So that's not a smallmouth, so we need to deny that. That is a coelacanth.
Yep. Yeah, that's not allowed.
Some people out there going, what the hell is that?
Yeah.
What the hell is that? What? A seal? Sorry.
But one of our, I would say one of the, definitely one of the regulars of EKF, and somebody that I've had the privilege of knowing for a while and helping rig his kayak. John Richardson on the board, topping Nick Audi's 19 3/4 with a 20 1/4
small
tank of a smallmouth, absolute tank. And just looking at the picture, the head, I don't know. That's the big small. I mean, I love smallmouth. I love the patterns of them. I think they look so cool. But when you see a massive smallmouth, or any massive bass, it's that pronounced head. Like that really stoic head, and you can see it on this one. John has such an amazing way of fishing. It's such a patient, wise way of fishing. I've seen him. I think one of the first tournaments I've had with him, I watched him fish like a 25-yard stretch for an 8-hour day. And I was kind of like, man, you got to move. You got to move. And then you go look at the leaderboard and you figure out real quick why he was there. Just totally methodical, patient approach to it. And look how it paid off. That's absolutely excellent. I look forward to talking to him about that. I have so many questions about where it came from, where I found that. I think a lot of people probably do.
Here's the thing, though. We didn't think Nick was going to be beat with the big bass. So
John could be beat.
Yeah, there's still a little under 2 hours left. So definitely that is not a guarantee that he's going to win that. And here's the interesting thing. John's only got 2 fish right now on the board. He's got that 20, and then he's got like a 17.5. If he can get a limit, of a decent limit, that's going to put him up in the top 5.
Yeah, in tournaments like this,
316s, and I believe that's going to put him at like 85, 75.
That's the thing with tournaments like any tournament really. When you get that one fish that people didn't see coming, or that size, that's likely going to be that lunker. It's always amazing to me how much a lunker can carry a limit that maybe isn't a stacked limit. That that competing against guys that like, you know, that 20 will make up for a couple 15s, right?
I mean, kicker fish, you know, that's why they're called kickers. I mean,
absolutely,
they make huge differences in tournaments.
Yep.
Especially a tournament like this. You know, we still got Jake Angelis and Ben Bornhorst at 87 apiece. So that's a tie.
I'm really curious to see if that's a start of a pattern for John. Maybe that pattern started late.
Yeah, I mean, I can pull up real quick when he actually caught.
It was 11:41.
Both fish?
Well, it's like when it was submitted, I should say.
Yeah, we'll take a look at that real quick. So yeah, submitted. I mean, he submitted both 11:45 and 11:41, so generally the same time.
I do know he's not the biggest fan of using the phone, so it could be that they were submitted, you know, when he, you know, had a break, or I don't know. But regardless, it's incredible. I honestly didn't think we were going to see over 20 inch fish today, and that's good. I hope, you know, for folks that may have been doubters of Saganaga, I think that our competitors today did a pretty darn good job of showing the quality of fish that are in here, and also the talent of the anglers that are out there. When these fish are so hard to find and elusive, to get those fish to bite and commit it's just speaks to the talent. So
yeah, looks like John's caught both of those relatively recently. So possible
he keeps it up.
Possibly he's on a late day bite. You know?
I'd love to see him up there. I'd love to see Judy up there as well. You know, they're both extremely dedicated anglers. They're always fun to be around. You know, they're in it for the fun. They're in it for the right reasons. But make no mistake, they can catch them, and they can sneak up on you with a smile on their face.
Some of the best around for sure.
Absolutely.
But yeah, this beyond that, this again, not a lot of changes.
Do I get any credit if John does well since I rigged his kayak?
No.
I think that should give me something. $1? No. Okay. But regardless, it's great. It's good to see John up there. And really, like, just all these fish. There's a lot of. There's actually some more out there than I thought. Some of the bigger fish, but still a lot of 16s. You know, I don't think, you know, as we look at this leaderboard, I think it started off as like lower than average size fish, but I think the more as this day goes on, the more they're kind of creeping up to what we typically see in these tournaments. I'm actually kind of waiting to see. The person I have my eye on is somebody who's kind of local to this area, or at least I believe. I'm not the best at geography, but Brian Bolser has, in my experience, had tournaments where he's kind of creeping up the leaderboard slow and steady throughout the day. The leaderboard goes off. We go off the ceremony and get the results and, you know, prepare to announce them and all that stuff. And all of a sudden he's in there and he's in the top 5. And so I'm curious to see if he does that again today. I think this is an area he's very familiar with and seems to know this lake pretty well. So,
I mean, you know, one thing that it's a weird thing. We kayak anglers tend to not like sandbaggers.
Yeah.
Sandbagger, for those that don't know, is an angler who catches their fish but doesn't upload them until the end of the day.
Right.
You know, and it's a weird thing. I understand why people get annoyed by it, because everybody else is uploading their fish, so that you have an advantage. There is a part of the process of tournament fishing, competitive kayak fishing. You know, you do get to see the leaderboard, and that does. If you're smart about it, if you look at it, you know, you can use that to your advantage.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know what I mean? Yep. You know, sometimes you can even see where an angler's fishing if they show their fish finder.
Fish finders in the view, the bait can be in the view.
Oh, this guy's in 30 feet of water. You know what I mean? And then, but you know, it's the angler that doesn't upload those fish that it tends to irritate a lot of people. And I think maybe it's because, you know, yeah, that guy has the advantage of seeing what everybody else is uploading, but they don't get to see what he's uploading or she's uploading.
Well, it's similar to our event, right? Because it's in our staff tournament. Because if you make a move, the thought, and it doesn't necessarily have to be true in the moment. It's the pressure and all the things clouding the reality, right? Like sometimes it's superstition, but for other anglers, you know, especially getting to this point in the event where we are nearing the end of the event. We have about a little over an hour and a half left to fish. You know, submitting that upgrade runs the risk of sending, you know, people that are close or in contention or that just got passed into that super focus mode we're talking about with you, where they're just fishing like, you know, like banshees going crazy. And there's times where magic happens in those moments, and I don't necessarily think you ever prevent somebody from going into it, but you certainly don't want to prime them to do it early.
Yeah.
And maybe you do, you don't.
Yeah. So all right. Here's an example. There are times when sandbagging is, in my opinion, I'm one of those guys. I understand that. Hey, we really shouldn't be caring about this, right? It's kind of a silly thing.
Sure.
Bass boat tournaments, they don't know what the hell anybody has.
But they don't even talk to each other. They're rude anyway.
So, but we just have a different dynamic. But there are times where I think it's justified. If you're fishing around a lot of people, and you catch fish, like you may not want them to know what you caught, so you hold back a little bit. When we were doing the KFL match years ago, we were fishing against a team and it was on their home body of water. And I had caught a fish with 2 hours left to go. And I knew if I uploaded that was going to kick them into high gear because it was going to take the lead. And it was tough. It was, especially for us, it was a tough lake. They put us on a really tough lake that they knew well. And I thought and I still, some people think I shouldn't have done it, but I was like, it was justified. I held that fish until 15 minutes before lines out. And had I remembered that there was an upload deadline that was like an hour after the event, I would have held it the whole tournament.
Yeah, sure.
But there was a bad signal and stuff. So I uploaded with 15 minutes left. But if you watch the live stream, that's exactly what happened. All of those anglers saw that fish went on the board and they all just turned on.
Sure.
They went into high gear, and one of the guys did catch a fish at the very last minute, didn't get it in time. Tournament ended, but that's the whole point. So there are situations where I think, it can be beneficial to you as an angler.
Sure.
It's what it is. It's the people that just don't upload because they just don't want to. There's no reason.
Yeah. So sometimes it's like the cell phone service is so inconsistent that it's a risk.
There's all kinds of
right?
reasons.
I mean, there's a lot. Yeah.
The whole point of what we're saying, why I brought that up is because there may be somebody out there that is sandbagging. There are a couple people that, haven't submitted any fish, and then there are some that are down at the bottom, that
there's some that are in spots we don't normally see.
John maybe he's not the best at technology, you said.
Not the biggest fan.
Fan.
I don't know if he's, yeah.
So, maybe he does have a limit and he's just holding off. Maybe he put the 20 up there to kind of, shake things up a little bit. He doesn't seem like he's that kind of guy, but you never know. So what we're looking at right now, that could change. We're going to turn the standings off at 1:00, and by the time 2:00 comes around and we do the awards, you might see somebody up there that does have 90 inches. We don't know.
Yeah, it's not uncommon to be following. As we've done these tournaments, it wouldn't be the first time, and it won't be the last time that the top 10, or the folks in contention as we start heading to the award ceremony. And what we get from the report from Amanda saying, the standings, it's not remotely who we thought, and it's it's tough.
When the standings go offline, they change quite often.
Do you think it's more difficult? I've thought about this a little bit over the years and most in this week recently, but do you think it's better? I almost think it's more difficult when you're doing well early in the tournament because you have that weight on you the entire day. One, to keep it up. Two, is it a fluke, right? You're not really sure. As people sort of compete and edge up, like, are they doing something that I'm not? Like, are they, you play those mind games, and one of those thoughts that goes through your head is like, are they sandbagging? I was fortunate enough to win an event on Oneida a couple of years ago, and I got on fish really early, but I never forgot who's in the event, right? And the Nick Audis, Ryan Metalevich, Jake Angelis, they're there. So while they may not be on them now, they might be on them any minute, but also they might be on them already, and I just haven't seen them, right? So that always runs through, at least it always runs through my head. Versus where I'm just sort of in the mid pack in a tournament, I'm just kind of okay, right? Like it is what last year was kind of, it was tough, but it was also kind of nice. I didn't fish a full day last year for the sake of getting to awards. It was kind of nice. Not, the bar was pretty medium. I would say, I wouldn't say it was low, but the chances of me doing well in a sliver of a day were pretty slim. So it was something that I was, kind of nice to have that off my shoulders. So it is like it's kind of a curse to do well, in a way. Like it's a lot. It's a long day of stress and all that, and it takes a toll on you. And it can lead to mistakes. It can lead to, setting that hook and playing the fish wrong, or trying to boat flip it, or all those things, like those silly little decisions that can impact so much. But also when you have a lull in the action, I don't know about you, but when you have that sort of the slowing down of the bite, say it lasts an hour, maybe 2 hours, that next fish, you almost forget how to set the hook or what that thump feels like, right? And so you botch it the next time. And that could be like, how many times do people lose that
the
fish?
absolute worst is when you go for a long time without a fish. I have this problem where I will make a cast and then I'll hit the throttle on my motor. And it kills me because I've lost so many
fish. You lose the tension?
So I lose the tension, and then when I'm reeling up and I'm just kind of, doing it really fast, and there's a fish there, and I screw it all up. I could put a compilation video of where I'm just cursing myself out for making the same mistake every time. So yeah, it's definitely when you're not in the zone, a lot of things can go wrong.
We should put a compilation together of things we say to ourselves because it would be gold.
Yeah, negative mental attitude. We just had some movement on the leaderboard. Chris Nielsen just put up 2 upgrades, got him up to 85 inches. That moved him into 6th place.
Crawling up.
Dropped Tyler down to 7th. So
it's crazy when you think about the leaderboard, though. This morning, Anthony with 85 came out the gate firing, was in contention it was in 1st place for a long time. Yeah. Doesn't seem like he's able to upgrade, it's tough, but that's the grind.
He's still got a 15 and a 16. So
yeah,
I mean, he is not far out of the lead.
But
Chris Nielsen just put up a 17.
He's moving.
He's up to 85-25 now. So I'm sure he didn't. He's had these fish. I'm not saying he's sandbagging. I'm not insulting.
I don't do that. Yeah.
But 3 fish real quick. 85-75.
He could just have found some cell service.
He might be waiting. Might see a 19 come up right now. I mean, he's an 1 3/4 out of the lead.
Mm-hmm.
So
what's going to do it today? I think what's going to be the edge today is the folks that are in the top 5, the top 10. It's going to be the durability of the pattern they're fishing, right? That like the smallmouth, like we talked about earlier, they're moving. That's not uncommon that they move. This time of year in particular, they can move relatively quick.
Yep.
But I think you also, a lot of these spots. This in lakes like this with rocks in the terrain that we have, it's also not uncommon. John Richardson just rocketed to the top with 1,662 inches.
Over. Game over. Everybody go home.
I was just telling you that he's not a fan of technology. John, I really hope that's your score. And that's for 1 fish because he's now in the lead of Lunker as well.
1,600.
He just broke Fishing Chaos, John. That's amazing. That's that's awesome. I tried not to. I haven't got distracted this whole event
all the time. Yeah. But I'm trying to figure out what he did here.
He probably put in 16.25 and too many zeros. Is my guess.
Okay, no, I got it.
So but
we'll fix that.
Of course, but with what's going to be cool to see right now is a lot of smallmouth spots with fish are moving. They reload over the course of the day. It's just you're never really sure when, right? Sometimes and the conditions can change it. So, all right. So that being said, we are nearing the end of the tournament. We have a little bit more for everybody. Content. We have the 3rd and final part of Beyond the Waters, our premiere Beyond the Water. Sorry, but Waters was an early consideration. Water is the name. So we're going to go to that and we're going to wrap that up. Our premiere episode of that will come back. And we're going to wrap up our first EKF live stream. I hope you all have been enjoying it. We've been really enjoying doing it. So, with that, we'll cut to Beyond the Water Part 3. Enjoy, everybody.
Crack open a bean boozle, baby.
All right.
Bean boozle.
Oh, okay. Start over. We were doing this. Oh, okay. How does it work?
All right, so you pop it up, pop it open, and then you lift it slides up, pull the top up like this, and then you push it up.
Can we put it back in and do it all over?
No, that's which one you get. So
okay,
you can double check what flavor it is. It might
all
be.
Right. This is my girlfriend is going to laugh her because we were watching Scott Martin do this the other night and she was dying. Okay, so this is buttered popcorn.
No, that's green.
No,
I think
that's popcorn jam.
No, that's either booger or juicy pear.
No, that's buttered popcorn.
That's booger or juicy pear.
Here we go. We're just arguing about it.
Go for it.
Tastes great. All right, here we go. Come on.
Is that booger?
If it is,
Your reaction says you eat a lot of booger.
yeah.
It's off.
It's booger.
It's got to be booger. Right?
Hey, I think it's rotten egg.
I don't know. Next.
All right, I got to do two.
Yeah.
Pull it out. No, leave that up.
Leave that open.
Leave that open.
Yeah, and then kind of slide. Yeah, pull it all the way up.
Did you get
So
two?
pick whichever one.
Yeah.
No, you got to double down. No, I'm just kidding. Don't do that.
You
You gotta look
Pig
for
it.
it.
What are we thinking that is? Either cappuccino or liver and onions.
Cappuccino or
Not too bad. One's barf. At least you're supposed to eat liver. Oh, no.
Not terrible, but no. Yeah, no.
What?
No, you just lift it up, like slide it up. Yeah, knock it off and
There you go.
winner chicken dinner.
Dare to compare?
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Slide it up again.
Slide it up.
Grab those tabs.
Yeah.
Keep going until you get a jelly bean.
Oh.
Feel it.
Oh, okay.
And then push down. Looks like the same color I got.
I don't know that.
More like an off-white.
You got to read what it is.
I think that's sweaty sock or
Dirty stink bug or toasted marshmallow.
Ooh, toasted marshmallow.
Yeah.
no.
Is that it?
Looks like it. It's got brown dot.
Yeah, it might be stink bug or toasted marshmallow.
Oh my God, stink bug is gross.
Everybody around here has a drink.
No, maybe this is.
Maybe you should eat
Way
it.
to find out.
Give me a Pepsi. Oh, yeah, a good one. Toasted marshmallow.
Fire it up at him. Oh, guy.
Come on, you're like a child.
You got to eat the one that fell on the floor.
Yeah, put that one back.
30 feet.
That one's the best
There's
one.
one down there. How do I put it back?
Just put it in there
Up slowly.
and then knock it off the pedestal. Okay, there you go.
This nasty one stuck around.
I think that's butter popcorn or rotten eggs.
Oh, I have a big screen test up here.
I did drop one. I don't know what that is.
It's gone.
Oh, oh, what'd you get? Rotten egg. Oh my God. Who made that? Who tested this shit, Bill? Oh,
So this one is either toothpaste or whatever. It's the best one because it's basically win-win. I'm gonna take the bad one because I want to suffer with you.
color
guys.
is that?
It is potentially peach or barf. Peach or barf. Or dead fish or strawberry banana smoothie. It's one of those. I think it's dead fish or.
It's a win-win.
Oh, strawberry banana smoothie.
Oh, you got lucky.
That's no fun. God, rotten egg.
Ooh. Let's see.
The brown one used to be
I'm going
dog
red.
food.
So old bandage or pomegranate.
Oh, I got old bandage. Oh, you can taste like a cock. Trying to swear, but that's
Pomegranate. Yes.
You know, somebody could lie.
They could.
really bad.
Surprisingly accurate.
Accurately bad. Yeah, right. That means like somebody had to test it and they're like, oh, it needs a little more.
Bunch of little Asian kids.
Peach or barf.
Oh, sorry.
Give him a peach. You got to wrap one last time.
Nope.
The video is so much better if you wrap.
That wasn't that bad.
You're toast now.
So-
Dan. You're toast.
What
I don't know what that was.
what notes did it have, Steve?
It started off as barfy, but then it was like went away real quick.
But then it had like a bit of a bloody finish.
Oh, that's what she said.
It had some bile, a hint of bile.
I got a double. I can't do that.
You just pick one of them.
Just not gonna.
This is a kid show. Oh.
I think that's the pomegranate one, right?
Yeah, it's either pomegranate.
I was gonna say because if it's cinnamon, they're both gonna suck no matter what.
Pomegranate or what?
Old bandit.
Old bandage. No, yeah, there we go. I thought you were gonna bite it in half like a coward.
Yes.
Can you talk me through it?
Don't throw up. That's what I mean. Someone dialed that in. Someone was like, a little more cotton, a little more iron.
Just Wallace.
I have no idea what an old bandage tastes like.
I don't even that. I don't know whatever.
But it's kind of what you would imagine it tastes like.
Oh. Do I just swallow this for real?
Yes.
Just put it down.
That's part of the game.
It's part of the game?
Yes.
Why did you not swallow yours?
Yeah, I did swallow it.
Everybody's good.
That's fine.
Teeth anyway. But I think I'm gonna be.
If you puke,
That one is they all that bad?
Some
I
rotten
don't
eggs.
think they are.
It's just one of them.
We used to have rotten milk. That one was brutal, and it was spot
Oh, it's
on.
an aftertaste.
Oh my god.
You got a double.
I don't want to double.
I put mine back. Fuck that.
Just pick one, Adam.
Two of the same color. That's it.
Ooh.
That's a good one. That's either toothpaste or juicy fruit or something like that.
Oh, berry blue or
Berry blue, yeah. That's a win-win.
Yeah, it's
toothpaste.
Oh, come on. Can I pick a different one? Because it's the same one that I had last. Oh, actually.
Or is it?
I'm not. Well, it is. So it's either Dan Fish or strawberry banana smoothie.
Dan Fish?
So do I get 2 strawberry banana smoothies?
Oh my god, if you do, you're luckiest man. Play the lottery tonight.
That's Dan Fish.
That's
Is it that fish?
Oh, yeah.
the unmistakable.
Huh?
That girl, watch that scene, dancing queen.
I like it. Cheap invitation.
I've been to Dollywood. What do you mean? What does that mean? I actually didn't want to go. I started liking Dolly after. Do you take offense to dumb blonde? Is that the term dumb blonde? Does that get you?
I'm surprised she's never showed her teeth.
I got a ramp I need you to look at.
Okay.
I'm gonna send you the the Apple Maps thing.
I just saw it, didn't I?
What does it say? Does it say anything?
I just come down it. It's just like a beat up road leading down to the water, and the only sign there just says no loitering, carry in, carry out.
Oh well, yeah, that sounds fine. But yeah, we'll take a look.
You can't really see much from Google, but
Okay. Yeah, if it has no signs, I mean, it's tough. It's tough because it's like it might be, like prohibited fishing there. You know what I mean? But if it doesn't say anything, and we've been having a hard time getting a hold of anybody from the towns or anything like that to respond to us. So we just have to make a call. You know what I mean? Like the one that we just sent out with the gate. You know what I mean? There's no signs. No signs or anything like that.
Welcome back, everybody.
You guys did me dirty.
Me? You're looking at me for?
Did me dirty. So I said tattoos.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I said tattoos because John, or was it John? One of you were talking about the fact that she might have some tattoos.
There's a rumor of Dolly Parton that she has full sleeve tattoos, wears long sleeves to cover them up. That's what came up. And, Ken wanted to see him.
Hey, you guys got it. That too, though. I'll just say, that too. So
the stuff that comes up in our driving conversations, we're tired. I'll stick up for Ken here. Not a lot of sleep is had. This has been a very this broadcast has been a very ambitious goal for us that we have. I don't think we've been to bed before midnight this week. And I don't think we've slept past 6 o'clock. So, and that was only because I overslept today. But so conversations like that seem a little squirrely tend to happen. Yeah. And last night when we were working on stuff, who knows what I don't even know. So
some selective editing there.
Selective editing.
I like it. I appreciate it.
We did have a piece in Beyond the Water about chicken wings, correct? The chicken wing? No? Okay. Well, we have a chicken wing debate.
Wings
flats.
Wings are flats, guys. Flat. No, wait. Those are the same. It's
Flats.
wings or drumsticks.
Yes.
You guys, these weirdos call them flats.
Team flats. Anyone's welcome to join, but
we've had some movement on the leaderboard. We'll cover that real quick before we end this.
Something that's not flat, the leaderboard.
Ray Morales.
Not all the lines are hits.
They can't all be singers. So Ray Morales just jumped in the 8th place, 84 inches. Bumped Nick Audi down to 9th. He's got himself a 16.25 upgrade. And then Antoine from Canada.
8th place, baby.
Oh, boy, what just happened?
John Richardson is making his move. He's making his move.
Boys, he got 250. Wow. 8th place. That's awesome.
John has entered the top 10.
We seem biased.
I'm happy for John. Is such a likable guy. Everybody, we love
all these people, so we're excited to see them all do well. Most of these people are friends of ours.
Through traveling and forcing, they also want to enjoy the experience. They always one of the things I admire about the Richardsons is that they go to the tournaments as a trip, right? They do it for the experience, and they even stay after the tournament and keep fishing. They see how people did. I don't know that they really get like a lot of information about where and how, but they go try to replicate it. They try to improve. The tournament didn't go well, but they just love to fish, and I think that's great. And that persistence is what drives the success, right? Eventually, it's going to click. And like I said, John is patient.
They've both been in the money. They've both
absolutely.
So yeah.
Don't get me wrong.
They're in it for the right reason.
Let me give Judy her props. So when I first started in another trail a long time ago, Judy was Judy. I knew I've known John and Judy's son since college. Ryan, I went to college with Ryan, and got into some boat events, and then I met Ryan's parents. And when I got into one of my first New Hampshire kayak events, I'll never forget. Judy pulls up in her RAV4, and you're like, "Where's your kayak?" Whatever. She flips open the hatch and takes out this Sun Dolphin, the classic Walmart Sun Dolphin, and and it was a little windy that day, and I'm like, "Yikes, you gonna be okay in that thing, Judy?" That's a little. Well, needless to say, she proceeded to whoop my butt that day, along with everyone else's. I think she was in the top 3, if not even higher than that, in the money. And I've always admired Judy for that. She just wants to fish, and she enjoys fishing. Of course, they've upgraded their kayak since they've got the addiction like all of us, where they've upgraded things. I think it was last year, I installed forward facing for John, so he's embracing the technology. He wanted to go all out on his kayak. It's all decked out. It's awesome. It's a sweet ride. So big fan of both of them. Happy for both of them. But it's good to see John sneaking up there in kind of a way that he can. So
Ray Morales. Oh, he didn't move. He's still he got bumped down. That's what happened.
Yeah, we still have the 87 at tie for the top.
Yeah, 87 for the top. 86.25. Dylan Miller in 3rd, and then Antoine from Canada, 85.75. He's the one that made a move during our break. Not much else, but something. This is gonna. Matt Lee. Matt Lee's up in 11th. Zapala's at 12th place.
I was wondering why I haven't heard his name yet today, but there he is.
Moved up. Jeremy Andrews. So the top 19 have 80 plus inches. That's awesome.
That is excellent. Wow, that's really good to see. I'm really happy that it's shaping up. And
look, these guys are catching fish. I mean, they're out there. This is
what's our count up to? 467.
467.
So I think what's the record? 518.
518. Yeah, like I was saying earlier, though, 518 with 109 anglers.
Right.
So, I mean, this is the amount of fish being put up here for 56 anglers is crazy.
That's
and
really
again, you got to think about how many they've caught that they just didn't submit, that they just let go.
Absolutely. I have no doubt we're over 500 unofficially, right? Because that haven't been submitted, but
you probably close to double that, I would imagine.
yeah. And with that submission number, I think we'd be remiss to not give a huge shout out to Amanda Brennan and the team at Real Tournament Management. They have been
on top of it.
And Amanda's on the West Coast, right? So the tournament started at 6:00. We immediately saw fish being judged and approved, which is just incredible. But also with the sheer amount of these fish, 400 plus fish, they've been keeping up with the judging like crazy. We're up to 468 now. And for those at home who are looking at the leaderboard and you see the number change to green, that means verified and judged. So the sheer amount of green on this leaderboard for a tournament that's been as active as this, it's really impressive. So huge shout out to them. Can't thank them enough. When Amanda started this service, it was kind of like why haven't we had this sooner? It's amazing amount of work off of our plate, stress off of our plate. It basically took us from having to judge fish to now we chime in on select situations if necessary. But for the most part, it has taken a lot of the work off our plate, which is such a relief for us.
If anybody out there is judged fish, I mean, it's a huge burden. I mean,
and no one's better than Amanda at it. She's done it a long time. She's a ton of experience.
Oh, yeah, she used to judge for KBS.
That's right.
So she's definitely got the experience, and she's got a team of people that know it well. I mean, like all judges, sometimes they need to have something corrected. But of course, if you're looking for somebody that's reliable, that's gonna do your trail and your anglers justice, and definitely check them out.
Absolutely.
Real Tournament Management, REEL.
Yes, like a fishing reel.
But yeah, and look, we got 54 out of 56 anglers that have fish on the board. So
excellent.
Not all anglers have limits, but
this time of year though, you tend to see
46 of them do have limits. That's these guys are having fun.
But we are there though, right? We're at that time of year where some people, spring fishing is not everyone's strong suit. And it's not uncommon to see an event this time of year where half of the field catches fish and the other half doesn't. And so I think, again, it goes to the quality of fishery we have here at Saganaga. I think people underestimated it, and I'm glad they did, because I think it's really showing out today, and the talent showing out, and I think it's excellent. So
yeah, but I'm interested to see what happens in the next hour and 10 minutes.
Yeah, it's gonna be really interesting, and then we're gonna have the leaderboard's gonna go off here in about 10 minutes. When it goes down, what's kind of funny about that is when the leaderboard goes down and this broadcast concludes, we won't be able to just keep up with the leaderboard, because we are going to, and in between breaks, we've been doing it, packing up the van, getting ready to scramble over to the awards, get that set up. And so we won't really know how this tournament shakes out until just before everyone else does, when we have to announce it. So it's always exciting. It's always great to see everybody hanging out at the awards. And so it should be a good time.
Please, if there is a way that you can figure out who won the tournament without.
Don't say what it is. Just say there's a way.
If you want to look and you know how to do it, you can, it's not, you can look.
You can look.
Please don't post it. You know what I mean? Leave the suspense there for the folks that, aren't looking at it.
And the person who does win deserves the element of surprise.
My man Justin Redenauer, drumsticks all day. That is the correct answer.
Oh yeah, I forgot word. Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, that's wrong, but yeah. I mean, you can't
I
win them all.
have never in my life heard anybody request the wing portion.
The flat?
The flat. It's not flat. What does that even mean?
It's just called a flat. I don't know.
I've never heard that. I only heard you guys.
Listen, I understand. It's like
I think you guys just made it up to seem important.
I know it's tough when you're wrong, and you have to try to go back at somebody like, oh, you made up this term. You just happen to be wrong. It happens. You can't win them all.
It's drumsticks. It goes way back. Fred Flintstone, drumstick.
But the flat's been there.
You didn't see him eating a wing.
I don't know. This is such a silly debate, because it's a clear answer. It's a clear answer. I like ripping apart like this weird cartilage and stuff. That's fun. Nope. Flats. Next.
Your beard is wrong, Justin.
My beard is wrong? Yeah. Yeah, Ken. Your beard is wrong.
Dude,
He's not talking about your beard. He's clearly saying it about me. He supported drumsticks. I'm gaslighting you. That's all.
All right.
Gaslight
I
live.
saw him. I had the full beard.
Make America flat again.
Yeah. I'm not.
Maffa. Adam's beard is wrong. Like his idea of flats. That's what I'm talking about.
I mean, it doesn't make any sense. Spirit is well known. And correct. Known to be correct. Well, you can tell we're almost at the end of the stream. Ken and I do kind of get tired of talking at times, even though we got to do it more. Believe it or not, we can. All right, let's do a quick look at final look at the leaderboard before it goes down and before we get out of here. Anything else of note?
Verge shook. He just moved up to 16th place. I don't know where he was. Looks like he put up a 16.5. That's the only change that I see right now.
Yeah, it is that time of the day too, where some anglers decide to upload their fish. The ones that don't focus on that, or the ones that maybe that don't have service, you do kind of see that come into play here, where maybe they made a move or they're throwing a Hail Mary at the end, submitting their fish on the way. So a lot of those things can factor into this and shake things up.
What happened here?
That's only down one place.
What do we have here? 14.75. That's the one that.
So as we're getting close to the end of this broadcast, I think one thing we didn't share, and for the folks viewing this, we announced last night the payouts for this event. And so for those curious, that we are paying us, we have 56 anglers in this event. We're paying out 5 spots, the top 5. First prize in this event is $2,373. Second place, $1,695. Third, $1,220.40. And then fourth place, $881.40. Fifth place, $610.20. And of course, our fresh baits big bass is $500 prize. So any of those winnings are pretty darn good. Fifth place, $600. I mean, that's great.
I don't think John needs the $500. He's got a giant wad of cash sitting right here in his little Tupperware thing.
Now you know why I'm a fan of John Richardson. He's stacking the cash high already.
He's showing money off. I'm not kidding.
I see it.
He
knows that money is water resistant.
A lot of money right in front of the measuring board.
Just be sure it's not a distraction like we've
Looks like
seen
you
in
got
other
half
photos.
deduction though. Open mouth. That is definitely an open mouth.
And that's just the challenge of
So
smallmouth.
that dropped him down to 8th place.
Yeah, smallmouth don't always like to cooperate, so it happens.
So
we'll see if he can make it up.
Yeah,
Plenty of time.
Plenty of time.
A little over an hour.
Probably feeling the pressure, sped things up a little bit.
Yep, definitely. But this last hour of the day, this is you get that midday lull, and then you start heading toward the evening, and those fish start to feed again. You see it more in a tournament that ends at 3:00 rather than 2. But definitely that last hour, they do start to fish, to eat again, and then the anglers start to fish again, more focused. They fish faster, they cover more water, and they tend to run into them a lot more than they do when they're being a little bit more methodical. And then kind of that last hour or so, they throw that out the window. And you got to go for it, right? You got to swing for the fences, and
we can't downplay the possibility of it's happened many times where somebody who's not even in the picture right now makes the move, throws the Hail Mary out there, or just on their way to something, discovers a pattern that's like, oh crap, this is what they're doing. We've seen it before. I've had tournaments where I've had no fish going into the last hour, and sometimes I find that limit last minute out of desperation. Sometimes I don't, but it's not uncommon that happens. And tournaments have been won that way, and before, and it'll happen again. So really excited to see how this shapes out.
Yeah, it's going to be great. So what do we have up next? We've got
for our next event, Raystown
Lake, Pennsylvania.
That is on June 22nd. Is that right? Let's see if my memory is good.
It's about to get there.
That one is in Pennsylvania, so it's our return to Pennsylvania. We haven't been to Pennsylvania since our first season.
June 22nd.
June 22nd. I can't believe I remember that. Don't ask me about the rest of them because I don't have that. But yeah, we haven't been back to Pennsylvania since Wallenpaupack. I think
that is true. I forgot about that.
Yeah, I think
I have been to Pennsylvania before. We were going to go to New Jersey that year.
Yes, it was like anyway. But I think many of us, those of us who did go to Wallenpaupack, wouldn't mind forgetting about it.
We will probably never go back. We talk about we talked about earlier about fisheries, and you fish the fishery, and the size of the fish don't matter. It's a tournament, all that stuff. However,
that may be an exception to
there are
that. Yeah.
some places where you just don't want to go. I had 2 fish, tiny fish, and that was 10th place. And
I had
from
3.
what we hear, that is Wall and Powpack in a nutshell. And so
I think we heard
at that point, it's not even fair to put anglers on there when there aren't any fish to catch. If there are a lot of small fish, that's fine. But when there aren't any fish to catch, you gotta check that one off.
I don't remember who it was that told us, but they told us at the awards that this place fishes great 2 weeks a year.
Yeah.
Yes. And that seems to be accurate, but we didn't know that until after. But I think in addition to the legendary poor fishing day that it was, the boat traffic was absolutely it was pretty all-star cast. You'll say,
but boat traffic is something we deal with. We all deal
absolutely
with. Winnipesaukee. If you look at Winnipesaukee on Google Maps. It could be, if you look at the lake and it's like, okay, picture that as space. It's like a meteor shower.
Mm-hmm.
Like there are so many boats in that one satellite image. And I've said this before, but I think it's like they get 2,000 boats on the lake per day, something like that. It's crazy.
Lot. Yeah.
But Raystown Lake, from what we've read online, has that same reputation. It is a lake. In fact, they and this isn't affecting us because we're not launching out of one ramp, but they have put a restriction on bass boat tournaments in the state because there are so many people that want to use the ramps to get out there and party and all that stuff that they get mad when the lot is full of bass boat trailers.
That's interesting.
And in typical fashion, some states put those people, in higher regard than the bass boat anglers. So
absolutely,
it's something we'll have to deal with there, but that is coming up June 22nd, and we'll see everybody there. We'll be live streaming once again,
hopefully.
We think it's going to be a good event.
And thank you everybody for tuning in today. I hope you all enjoyed it. We've been putting a ton of time and work into it. I want to just thank everybody that helped us out this week with anything. Thank John for all his hard work in getting this broadcast looking professional. John's been an amazing addition to our team. Our game has stepped up so much since the things that we're doing right now. We wouldn't be able to do it without him. So thank you. And congratulations for being champion of last year. He doesn't like to talk about it, but we got to bring it up. All right. We're going to wrap it up. Thank you guys so much for joining us today. We've really enjoyed it. We hope you all have as well. And we'll see you at the next one. Thank you.
Told you talk too much.